Chapter 1272. Dition, a name that made many tremble. He moved unhindered through the starry sky ancient path, simply unrivaled under the heavens. More than 20 years had passed, but no one would forget him. He made many cultivators feel suffocated. This was a godlike existence that already possessed the bearing of a great emperor. It's him, the Dition whose aura engulfs 10,000 li. The great commander Yuhandu was absent-minded. He had seen that person more than 20 years ago, and even now, his heart still palpitated when he thought about it. Dition, this is a taboo existence. Back then he was part of the same group of cultivators as Fairy Qingshi. Later on, they separated in order to comprehend the Tao. A few of the giants in the second sacred city frowned. After so many years, news often came from the starry sky ancient path. That Dition was terrifying to a shocking degree. Tuobayu of the human king ancient star, Feather immortal of the feather transformation ancient land. And the others' eyes flashed with resplendent lightning. It was clear that they had heard of this before, and their emotions were somewhat shaken. The great-grandson of the human race's second sacred city's old commander, Yan Qifeng, was expressionless. He wasn't unfamiliar with this name. He had personally seen this person in the past, and even now he couldn't forget it. It was precisely because he had seen Dition's peerless glory that he hadn't set off even now. Dition's body was enveloped by a divine ring that dominated the starry sky. It was resplendent and dazzling, illuminating the entire starry sky ancient path. Even if one couldn't see him, just hearing his name was enough to make one treat him seriously. Dition is the pride of a generation, and Brother Yi is also the hero of a generation. Being friends with him won't bring shame to your reputation. Fairy Qingshi spoke warmly, her voice gentle and pleasant to listen to. Yi Fan understood that the exiled fairy was trying to rope him in. The Dition she mentioned should be an outstanding young supreme being, and what she said just now was merely a humble excuse. Was she trying to rope in a right-hand man for Dition? Yi Fan was calm and unperturbed. Presumably, that was an extremely powerful character. Even the exiled fairy was looking for a helper for him. The sound of a flute lingered in the air like a sweet spring in the desert. It was like a beautiful immortal palace that appeared on a vast grassland, nourishing one's heart and bones, making one's spirit soar. The exiled fairy Qingshi's cherry lips pressed against the jade flute. Musical notes rippled out, ringing through the entire jade wave immortal forest. A rain of flowers scattered down. The petals were sparkling, and waves of fragrance filled the air, making this place seem like a dream. In the forest, some withered ancient trees had long lost their vitality, but after the sound of the flute, they sprouted green buds and came back to life. Many mountain rocks flickered and released splendor, as if they were alive. The flowers and plants gained intelligence and began to dance about. Clouds swirled and scattered. Tens of thousands of birds came to pay their respects. Streams of sweet springs gushed out from the ground, and golden lotuses appeared one after another in the sky. This kind of divine sound caused even heaven and earth to produce abnormal phenomena, causing everyone to feel exceptionally peaceful. This song was extremely beneficial to one's cultivation, allowing one's immortal foundation to become clear and bright, allowing them to easily enter a state of Tao comprehension. Most probably, even Fairy Qingshi wouldn't be able to play this song every day. Hundreds of birds chirped softly and flower petals sprinkled down in brilliant colors. Only after a long time did people regain their senses. In the end, Yi Fan did not exchange the source of Tao. He vaguely hinted that if the ancient scriptures and the divine light platform were to be exchanged, he would agree. It was impossible for the banished fairy to nod. The divine light platform's significance was too great, and losing it was like cutting off a pair of immortal wings. She would no longer be able to travel between the various ancient cities. Be careful. Don't completely wipe out the 13 heavenly desolation steeds, mumbled the little maid Ling. Is the great devil god really so terrifying? Yi Fan asked. Naturally. Although ancient desolation is still very young, it's unknown how many geniuses he has slain. His strength is comparable to a supreme devil sovereign, causing even young Master Dition to feel trepidation. Ancient desolation, ancient sovereign, Yi Fan silently mused. These two words sounded the same, their names already indicated something. This was a young paragon, yet he was referred to as the great devil god. The small-scale gathering ended. Everyone stood up and departed one after another. Yi Fan continued on his way under the setting sun, casually glancing at a few old men in the distance as he departed. His spiritual perception is extremely terrifying. That glance of his was filled with meaning. He should have discovered our true bodies. This is truly a sharp sword. Young Master Di Tian is walking on the Emperor's path. He would need some supreme geniuses of the various regions to be his assistants. If this man truly submitted, he would definitely have a place in the future. I'm only afraid that he would be arrogant and unyielding, thinking that he can walk his own path. Maybe we should let him understand his status and identity in advance. A few old men stared at the departing back view of Yi Fan as they whispered in low voices. He doesn't just have a single ancient scripture on him. In addition to the origin of his Tao, I wonder if he would be able to endure for a few more days. The eyes of the second leader of the 13 riders flashed with coldness. Yan Qifeng wore a golden crown on his head and had a cold expression on his face. He sat on a gigantic savage beast, appearing somewhat cold as he spat out a single word. Everyone left the Jade Wave Immortal Forest one after another. They all believed that a great storm would occur during these few days, and this cultivator named Yi Fan was at the center of it all. Some of the hegemons in the city all had their own thoughts and didn't discuss this matter with each other. They all dispersed, and it was impossible to tell what they were feeling. Ku Tuchuo, Mu Guanghan, Oyimo, and the others were also calm and indifferent. They almost didn't say anything at the gathering. They all had extraordinary backgrounds and were the strongest seeds among this batch of challengers. Is the exiled fairy really going to give up just like this? It's hard to see through her. Will she really leave? An old soldier muttered. Great Commander Yu Han was expressionless as he patrolled on the ancient beast and said, all of this is hard to say. However, that cultivator named Yi Fan will most likely have some troubles during these few days. Hey, slow down a bit. A young lady's voice sounded from behind Yi Fan. The feather immortal came over nimbly and walked on the dust. Her snow-white clothes fluttered in the wind. Her appearance was sweet and her appearance could topple cities. What do you think that exiled fairy is trying to do? Is she trying to show off her strength to us? Moreover, she harbors evil intentions towards you. Why don't we team up and call Mu Guanghan, Ku Tuchuo, Uyemo and the others to get rid of her together? What do you think? The feather immortal said. She was as fresh as snow piled up on a flowering tree, as quick-witted as a fairy. She was pretty and sweet, yet she actually said these kinds of words. It truly made people astonished, as if she was a bad girl. Why are you looking at me like that? Am I wrong? She is one of the most terrifying people on the starry sky ancient path. Getting rid of her now is a rare opportunity. The feather immortal blinked her large eyes and fiercely waved her elegant fists. Yi Fan said, can you defeat her? Even her little handmaiden has become a saint. Even the guide was courteous to her and personally went to welcome her. Isn't she just an old woman? She just cultivated for a period of time. I will completely defeat her in 20 years. When the feather immortal said these words, she was more or less lacking in confidence. She looked around in a mischievous manner, afraid of being heard by others. Yi Fan pondered and said, she really isn't that old. I have to admit that her cultivation surpasses saints and gods. There are very few opponents on the ancient path. Who can say for sure what will happen in 20 years? If she really is the undisputed number one on the ancient path, she won't look back, said the feather immortal. Once again, she cruelly invited Yi Fan to take action, wanting to get rid of the banished immortal together. Of course, Yi Fan wouldn't treat these words as the angry words of a pure and kind girl. He had already learned from the banished immortal's little maid that the origins of the feather immortal, Ku Tuchuo, Mu Guanghan, Tuobayu, and the others were related to some supreme experts on the path ahead. It seemed that the feather immortal's faction had a hostile relationship with Di Tian. Yi Fan rode on Longma and returned to his residence alone. Not long after, a guest came to visit. It was actually an elder, one of the elders he saw at the exit of the Jade Wave Immortal Forest. This person was very amiable, and was enjoying tea in the hall. He had a look of admiration on his face, as he looked at Yi Fan. He tactfully expressed that he wanted to use a supreme treasure of his sect to exchange for the origin of the Tao. Sadly, Yi Fan wasn't moved at all. Although he was laughing and joking, he wasn't moved at all. He only continued to drink tea and chat with the elder. The topic of their conversation was endless. One moment, they were talking about flying ships. The next moment, they were talking about romance. The next moment, they were talking about the ancient path in the starry space. And he even talked about the figure of the banished immortal, causing the elder to want nothing more than to give him a good beating. Young Sir D and some other experts discovered a gigantic mausoleum in the depths of the ancient path. It's majestic and boundless. Little friend, if you are interested, you can come and excavate it together with us in the future. The old man gave him another sweet jujube, which could be said to be earth-shattering. There were naturally tombs of true ancient emperors in the Northern Dipper constellation. However, up until now, no one had been able to excavate one. At most, they would only be able to excavate a secondary tomb. In the depths of the ancient path in the starry space, if there was a true tomb of an ancient emperor, it would undoubtedly be filled with a storm of blood. Experts from the various star regions would gather there, and they might really be able to excavate it. After that, the old man took out a jade weapon with a tiger-shaped hilt. The body of the sword was less than a foot long, and was made from ancient heavenly jade. This was a saint weapon, and it was a symbol of status. Young Sir D has been conquering for tens of years. Up till now, he has given out a total of 5 saint weapons. No matter who controls one of them, they would be able to obtain information regarding deity-level battles as well as other necessities. The old man spoke. Although his words were vague, it was enough. This was a token of trust. He was probing Yi Fan, wanting to rope him in as a helper of young Sir D. Yi Fan glanced at him. He could clearly see a true dragon-shaped saint weapon as well as a phoenix-shaped Tao weapon. In the end, the old man chose a white tiger-shaped sword weapon as a gift. Although the old man did this in secret, summoning it from within his body, Yi Fan's origin heaven eye was extremely sharp. He had long seen through it. Seems like in the old man's heart, Qin Wentian was someone worth roping in, but he wasn't a peak-tier sharp sword. Old sir, I have no interest in these things. I hate fighting and killing the most and rarely kill. My hands have never been stained with blood before. What I love the most in my life is romance. I want to ask if Fairy Qingshi already has someone in her heart. Senior, can you help me ask him indirectly? If you are able to pull some strings, I would be eternally grateful. The old man almost flipped the table when he heard this. He flicked his sleeves and left. In the end, his face turned black as he stood up and bid farewell. How was it? The moment he returned to a garden, the others all stood up and asked. He said he rarely kills. Pooey. From what I know, he entered this world while bathed in blood. It's unknown how many experts he has slain. Seems like he isn't willing to hand over the source of his Tao. If we don't give him some pressure, he wouldn't understand. He wouldn't be able to see that he's just a supporting character in this world. What's most annoying is that he actually spoke in such a frivolous manner, disrespecting Fairy Qingshi and talking about romance with me. This bastard is truly audacious. If young Master D knew about this, he would definitely suppress him and let him understand his status. The old man was incomparably angry after he returned. He spoke to the others, but after being ridiculed by Yi Fan, all of them had expressions of unhappiness on their faces. In the air, Grand Governor Yuhan rode on a savage beast as he patrolled the city. When he saw the old man leaving, a look of contemplation appeared on his face as he spoke. These people aren't humans and are extremely powerful. They should be sent back by Di Tian to covet the source of the Tao. An old soldier narrowed his eyes as he spoke. Grand Governor, the supreme ancient Taoist rite is about to open. We can tear a corner and allow these people to enter. If they covet the source of the Tao, we can kill them at the last moment. If we can obtain the source of the Tao, it would be considered a great merit for us to protect the Taoist rite. Chapter 1273. In the cold night sky, the crescent moon hung high in the sky. Starlight shone down, causing this ancient city to be shrouded in a hazy mist. Yi Fan sat on the roof and stared at the night sky. Longma was right. Suppressing his cultivation base was getting more and more difficult. He had to choose an ancient star as soon as possible. Now the situation was extremely bad, and there were many dangers. Becoming a saint was imminent. The city was very complicated. There were actually experts who returned from the depths of the starry sky ancient path. The most despicable thing was that some of the giants in the city also had evil intentions. He had reason to believe that the city guards were unreliable. It was just that he didn't know what that envoy was like. This was an extremely crucial person. The cry of a jackdaw sounded especially distant in the cold night sky. Not far away, a river flowed past, adjacent to this house. Xiao! Yi Fan instantly disappeared from the roof. The spear in his hand fiercely pierced into the river. With a splashing sound, he plucked out a body from the river. The spear pierced through the top of his head. He was already dead. The powers he faced were not of the good kind, especially with the origin of the Tao and ancient scriptures on him. Many people coveted him, and it was destined that he wouldn't be able to live in peace. Perhaps only by killing all those with evil intentions could he completely eliminate all future troubles. In the latter half of the night, all was silent except for the flickering starlight. The city was very quiet. On a tall building in the distance, the second leader of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland was holding a large bow with a huge spear-like arrow knocked on it. The blood groove was very deep and dark red in color. The words Yi Fan were actually engraved inside. Drops of fresh blood dripped down. This was a forbidden weapon that had been reinforced by a peerless expert. Within a certain distance, it possessed a terrifying and bizarre power that was impossible to defend against. He did his best to draw the large bow, emitting waves of dragon tiger energy. The blood-colored arrow was like a spear, sharp and cold. It was aimed at Yi Fan's residence. A strange whistling sound rang out. The blood-colored arrow pierced through the void, destroying everything in its path as it arrived in an instant. At the same time, Yi Fan felt a chill all over his body. Faint traces of blood appeared between his brows, and his immortal platform felt like it was about to shatter. This feeling was similar to when he was fighting against Mount Junwei Mountain Lord. His opponent had used a strange forbidden technique, causing him to feel uneasy. At that moment, Yi Fan's body turned into the shape of a dragon, turning into a golden Tai Chi. At the same time, he raised his avatar and rushed into the sky. At the same time, he took out the myriad chi cauldron. With a clang, the myriad chi cauldron collided with the blood-red giant arrow, creating a deafening sound. Puff! The blood-red arrow shattered inch by inch before exploding violently. A powerful energy filled the air, startling everyone in the city. There were restrictions in the ancient city, but even so, the heavens were still torn apart. Starlight surged from the cosmos. Hurricanes fierce as they poured into the dark star domain. Fortunately, there were experts who repaired the restriction immediately. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. What's going on? What happened? All the experts in the city felt their blood run cold. There was a flash of light on the tall building, and the second leader of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland disappeared. He appeared in another residence and left the scene. Yi Fan's eyes were cold. He rushed up the tall building immediately, but he was still a step too late. He couldn't stop the enemy. In the magnificent hall, there were richly ornamented beams and arm-thick divine candles, illuminating the place. The second leader of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland said, "The power of this arrow is truly extraordinary. Unfortunately, it still couldn't kill him." Yin Qifeng frowned and asked seriously, "How did he break it?" You have to know that this arrow can easily kill a powerful ancient saint with several thousand years of cultivation. It was blocked by the cauldron forged from the myriad chi origin root. It collapsed inch by inch. The second leader of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland said, although he only wanted to muddy the waters and didn't expect to kill him in one shot, it was still very regretful. No wonder. Back then, countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures were used to forge this arrow. Several thousand words of incantations were secretly engraved on it. It has the supreme divine power to break all techniques and can kill saints in an instant. Its only weakness is that it can be blocked by solid objects, said Yin Qifeng. This was a protective treasure left behind by his ancestor. This arrow could break all techniques and restrain endless divine techniques. It could easily destroy one's primordial spirit, but it was somewhat lacking in terms of physical attacks. When the second leader of the 13 Steeds of Heaven Wasteland saw Yi Fan's golden circle and indistinct irregular scenes, he vaguely felt that it would be difficult to injure him without the cauldron. However, he didn't say much. He only had one goal, and that was to make more enemies for Yi Fan. Hong. Later in the night, another loud noise sounded. A giant purple hammer descended from the sky, smashing Yi Fan's residence into flying ashes, strands of holy qi scattering everywhere. Yi Fan stood in the sky with a gloomy expression. He decided to take the initiative and carry out a massacre in the latter half of the night. He was well aware of just how many people wanted to harm him. Right now there was no need to talk about any evidence. He would just kill them all. However, the great commander appeared in time, leaving him no choice but to stop. He couldn't take action. The city isn't too peaceful. I hope you can restrain yourself, said Yuhan. Yi Fan didn't say anything. He was as quiet as the abyss. He landed on a blue stone by the riverside, and closed his eyes to meditate. Early in the morning, multicolored light shone down. A morning full of vitality appeared. Everything that happened last night didn't cause any great waves. The city was bustling with activity. Dang! The great bell rang in a long and drawn-out manner. The envoy finally appeared. He seemed to have sensed something and didn't want these people to rest for too long. He wanted to immediately open the archaic trial grounds. The trial takers who stepped onto the ancient starry sky path were all in high spirits. None of them wanted to miss out on this moment. Yin Qifeng also wants to enter. He has entered many times during these years and obtained great benefits. Someone among the natives in the city said in a low voice. A group of savage beasts flew over, stepping on the sky. They were over 10 zhang above the ground as they whistled over. Apart from Yin Qifeng, there were also disciples of some great powers in the city. Even though it was against the rules to enter like this, they would still turn a blind eye to the disciples of the city. Dition's people also arrived. Several elders stood outside the crowd. Their gazes landed on Yi Fan's body with a bit of coldness, and then they looked at the great commander not far away. Ku Tuchuo, Tuobayu, Uya Emo and the others stood in different directions. Their faces were expressionless as they waited for the opening of the archaic trial grounds to temper themselves. In the distance, Guancheng walked over together with the second leader of the 13 Steeds of Heaven Wasteland. They walked towards Yin Qifeng and the other disciples. Right on the ancient city's plaza, 12 doors appeared out of thin air. They led to an archaic trial grounds. The divine doors were resplendent, and the interior seemed like an immortal domain. Woo, you all are on your own. Temper yourselves more. Back then, there were people who obtained great opportunities here. Now their names have shaken the ancient path. For example, the exiled fairy, the great demonic god, and others have all comprehended deeply here. The envoy spoke and glanced at Fairy Qingshi not far away. Guanqing stood there and tightly clenched his fists. His knuckles were a bit green. It was because he recalled another name that could change the color of heaven and earth. For many people in the past, this name represented a type of taboo. He still remembered that back then, a man in a mount passed through the sky, nailing him and his mount to the ground with a single spear. Blood splashed everywhere. Just how domineering was that? Meanwhile, this person moved unhindered through the starry skies, unrivaled. Several years ago, he had been surrounded and hunted by many experts in the depths of the starry skies. After a great battle that lasted for an entire night, a part of the star path was destroyed, shaking up the boundless ancient region. Even after so many years had passed, Guanqing still felt as if he was being stared at by a primordial beast. All of the fine hairs on his body would stand on end. This was an indescribable feeling of suppression. Even now, that person was unrivaled, sweeping through everything in his path at the very front of the starry skies. There really weren't many who could fight against him. It was precisely in this archaic trial grounds that that person had previously broken through the Dao grounds restrictions and rushed into outer space. Only Guanqing saw it, and not even the envoy knew. That domineering figure back then made his entire body go cold just thinking about it. When he returned to this old place, he immediately thought of that callous young supreme being. He couldn't help but tightly clench his fists. Back then, Guancheng saw Yi Fan enter the city alone, killing the middle-aged Taoist nun's golden-winged heavenly Peng with a single spear, making him recall his own bitter experience. He was similarly pierced through by a spear, dripping with blood, making him recall memories. Without reason or choice, he began to hate Yifan, and as such, that was the reason for the later conflict. After more than 10 years of cultivation, he once again recovered his conviction, and his strength increased greatly. As a result, he stepped onto the ancient path again, starting from the first trial. However, now he felt a bit of hesitation. As he stood here, he couldn't help but think of that person's power from back then. His body felt a bit cold. Guanqing looked at Yifan under the morning multicolored light, feeling a type of similar quality from his body. He said to himself, "What I hate and fear is this type of unrivaled temperament." The 12 gates opened. The trainees entered the archaic Tao grounds. The disciples of a few great powers also followed. The envoy, great commander, and soldiers didn't stop them. Then the divine gates slowly closed. This was a boundless land, vast and majestic. Many ancient beasts were roaring, all of them archaic species that had long gone extinct in the outside world. They never expected to see one here. Several golden crows streaked across the sky, leaving behind strings of fiery light. A dragon sparrow spread its wings and grabbed a mountain range, using it to build a nest. It covered the sky and covered the earth, terrifying beyond compare. After Yifan entered, he closed his eyes and walked forward step by step. He used his heart to sense this majestic atmosphere, feeling a type of boundless power surging. The Tao of power. The power of time, the power of space, the power of heaven and earth, the power of all living things, many methods, 10,000 inheritances. All of them were inseparable from power, contained within. Yifan felt a sense of familiarity with this world. His entire body surged with blood energy, his body rumbling like thunder, releasing the most powerful fighting prowess. This great land made his holy blood surge. The human race's holy body was peerless, possessing boundless power. After coming to this place, he naturally merged into this atmosphere. Yifan walked on foot, measuring every inch of the land. He closed his eyes to sense all living things in nature, grasping the Tao of power. His entire body surged with essence blood, like a moving mountain, crushing the ancient land until it rumbled, as if it was going to cave in. In the end, he was like a star. Every time he moved, all living things in heaven and earth would resonate. Endless natural laws could be seen, and divine chains of order interweaved, piercing through mountains and rivers. The resplendent divine chains were connected to his body, making him look incomparably dazzling. He was like an immortal phoenix, bathing in flames and being reborn in the immortal domain. In this world, many vicious birds and ferocious beasts trembled. Even if there were holy beasts, they would all stay far away from him. Yifan had an urge to tear apart these mountains and rivers, break through the restrictions, transcend this place, and rush into the outside world to see exactly where he was. It's still early, I'll slowly comprehend it. Yifan didn't act rashly. After comprehending for half a month, he opened his eyes. Golden lightning tore through the void, and he felt his entire body brimming with power. With a wave of his hand, he could pluck stars and capture moons. Chapter 1274. The mountains and rivers were magnificent, and the spiritual energy was so dense that it couldn't be dispersed. Yifan could clearly feel the preciousness of this Tao field. Apart from the vicious birds and fierce beasts that roamed the world and the ancient medicines that were everywhere, there was also a lot of spiritual earth. He walked on foot and saw many precious cultivation lands. Auspicious energy surged and was extremely suitable for cultivation. There were even some lakes that were colorful and enshrouded in auspicious mist. They could be called spiritual lakes and overflowed with essence energy. These were all rare divine lands. He even saw the evolution process of the origin. In some places, the essence energy of heaven and earth was so dense that it became liquid and crystallized. Yifan had already entered the archaic Tao field for more than half a month, comprehending the Tao and cultivating. He hadn't met any opponents. Only Longma followed behind him, and was similarly immersed in a wondrous state. It's time to take a look. He rode on Longma and rushed into the sky. He stepped on auspicious clouds and galloped across the sky, causing rumbling sounds. The various powerful beasts in the spiritual mountains and ancient lands didn't dare to come out. Gu. A golden crow and a flood dragon were fighting over a blood phoenix vine. The ancient vine was scarlet and sparkling like an agate. It wasn't thick or long, only about 3 meters long. It was shaped like an immortal phoenix spreading its wings, causing a bloody battle between the beast kings. This place is truly extraordinary. There's actually such a thing. Legend has it that the essence blood left behind by immortal spirits will produce some strange plants and ancient medicines. This should be a precious vine, said Longma. When the sandpiper and clam fought, the fisherman reaped the benefits. Longma suddenly rushed in and snatched this blood phoenix vine. It bit down like a cow chewing on a peony. Immediately, scarlet light flickered all over its body and essence energy shot out in all directions, almost causing it to split apart. They crossed the sky for tens of thousands of li, and arrived at a peaceful place. They saw light flickering in front of them, and a woman sitting cross-legged in a large pond. Strands of holy light curled around her. This is dragon saliva. Yi Fan was astonished. The spiritual pond was very small, only about a zhang or so. Essence energy surged inside and overflowed with light and colors. There were spiritual grasses and ancient medicines growing everywhere in the surroundings. The surging pool liquid was the essence spat out by the dragon head of the earth vein, a type of precious liquid produced by the great earth. It was extremely rare and hard to come by. Mu Guanghan sat cross-legged in the middle, the precious liquid soaking her clothes. Her graceful jade body was faintly discernible, her curves moving. Her cloud-like hair was smooth and soft, scattered around her snow-white neck. She closed her eyes, bathing in the dragon saliva, becoming one with the underground dragon vein and the entire mountain and river. A wave of boundless power surged. This girl's luck really is great, actually obtaining such a precious land to comprehend the Tao, achieving twice the result with half the effort. Longma said, looking eager to give it a try, wishing to sneak attack. But in the end they didn't take action. Mu Guanghan hadn't provoked them, and they didn't want to ruin their foundation for no reason. Comprehending their own Tao was the most important thing, because they only had a month's time. Staying in such a wonderful place, every minute was precious. Amitabha. In the depths of another mountain range, Buddhist chants rumbled like thunder. That place became a golden world. All types of Buddhist light flowed about, submerging the entire mountain range and ancient land. Ku Tuchuo was currently cultivating, almost turning this spiritual mountain range into a Buddhist country. The atmosphere was magnificent, and there were 3,000 ancient Buddhas chanting in the heavens, shaking the great earth. What is this monk doing? Longma was astonished. He is establishing a void Buddhist country. Yi Fan was moved. Ancient bodhisattvas and ancient Buddhas turned into streaks of golden figures, surrounding Ku Tuchuo, revolving around him. It was mysterious and grand. That mountain split apart, and a small temple appeared. Longma widened his eyes. Cracks appeared on the towering mountain in front of them. An ancient temple rose into the air, giving off a brilliant light that illuminated the surroundings. The image of a Buddha could vaguely be seen sitting cross-legged inside. The fluctuations within the temple are so powerful. This is a type of inheritance. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, standing in the distance, not leaving. That small temple sucked Ku Tuchuo inside. The golden splendor seemed to have turned into liquid, covering this place. Then blazing light flickered, and then everything disappeared. The ancient temple, the chanting, the 3,000 bodhisattvas, and Buddhas all completely disappeared. This Baldi's origins aren't small. We weren't able to barge in, so that small temple is definitely a divine treasury. Longma was envious. That's a Buddhist thing, and it most likely needs a special incantation to open. Yi Fan didn't linger, turning around to leave. He roughly understood what kind of world this was. There were endless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, containing endless opportunities. No wonder Yin Qifeng followed him all these years. There were just too many wondrous places. Yi Fan landed on the ground, no longer searching. He comprehended the Tao and cultivated his body, walking on foot. He was adjusting his body's state, preparing to break through the restrictions of this world to take a look. That was because this wasn't an ancient star with life, but rather a sealed world. He didn't know what the outside world was like. After walking like this for a few days, Yifan saw a familiar person. Rui Wei was currently collecting all types of spiritual materials, and she was extremely happy to see him. This really is a good place. If I can bring my clansmen to live here, it will be like entering heaven. Rui Wei could only think like this. As a training ground, the primeval Taoist rite definitely couldn't be open to outsiders. Have you seen any special places? Yifan asked. Rui Wei said, there are a few forbidden areas that are extremely dangerous. Ordinary people don't dare to enter, especially the profound magnetic ground. As long as you have metal weapons, you will definitely be torn apart. Where is it? Longma immediately asked. Yifan was also shaken. He had a kind of wondrous art that couldn't be cultivated without divine magnets. He needed to temper it in order to achieve perfection. It's not far from here, and it really is a dangerous place. I saw some people being crushed as soon as they got close, not to mention going deeper, Rui Wei said with a pale face. I'll go take a look. Rui Wei reminded, Brother Yi, you mustn't take risks for no reason. That really isn't a good place. There are white bones and ashes everywhere, and it's boundlessly terrifying. This was a modeled ancient land. The surroundings were quiet, and there were no ancient medicines, spirit herbs, or strange beasts roaming about. It was lifeless. In the depths of the mountain range, there was a towering mountain that reached into the clouds. At the base of the mountain, there were rays of immortal light rushing up. It was actually an ancient cave. In front of the mountain range, there was a thick layer of white bone powder, turning this place into a land of death in name only. However, the immortal light in the cave was so alluring. Brother Yi, are you really going in? Rui Wei was worried. I'm only going to cultivate a kind of divine art. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Yifan patted his shoulder. I have a calamity evasion tablet here. If you encounter danger, you can immediately crush it and you'll be able to escape in an instant. Rui Wei said and passed over a stone tablet. It was only about a foot long, and there were many runes carved on it. This was a secret treasure of the sect. He kept it to protect his life, and now he lent it to Yifan because he was worried that something would happen to him here. There's no need. Yifan shook his head. He didn't immediately rush in, but instead began to operate the origin magnetic wonderful technique from the outside, cultivating and drawing out strand after strand of immortal light. Longma was like this as well, earnestly comprehending the Tao, experiencing the wonders of this sect's secret technique. The man and horse were immediately surrounded by electromagnetic light, looking incomparably mysterious. Their bodies were sparkling and almost transparent. Of course, this wasn't electromagnetic in the traditional sense, but rather divine magnetism. For hours later, Rui Wei was moved. He had no choice but to back up and leave this mountain range. It was because this place was completely surrounded by immortal light. That man and horse gradually entered deeper and deeper, entering the ancient cave. From this day forth, horses neighed, dogs barked, dragons cried, and cheelants roared from time to time. Yifan clenched his teeth and persevered, but Longma howled like ghosts and gods. Even though it didn't shrink back, it cried out endlessly without any restraint. It was hard to imagine. Longma released all kinds of beast-like roars. Those who didn't know would think that there was a group of ancient beasts trapped here. This was an archaic cave that had existed for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. Origin magnetic immortal light came in strand after strand after strand, seemingly endless. After Yifan entered, he endured the pain of his body breaking down. The human body had field energy. When trapped by this origin magnetic immortal light, they mutually affected each other, almost instantly turning one into ashes. However, Yifan resisted. During these few days, he cultivated the origin magnetic divine technique to a shocking level, advancing by leaps and bounds, approaching the consummate level. Woofawu. Longma bared its teeth and cried out again and again. Its cultivation was also almost complete. The ancient cave was extremely deep. At the end of the immortal light pervading the air, there were actually a few ancient vines. Their branches and leaves were sparse, but every single one was sparkling and translucent, immortal light surging. Damn, how can there be vegetation in this place? It shouldn't be able to survive. So fragrant, it actually produced fruits. Longma cried out loudly. It opened its mouth and swallowed one. Ayo woof. Immediately afterwards, it began to kick its hind legs, its entire body releasing origin magnetic immortal light. It was about to break apart, its entire body twitching. If not for cultivating the related secret technique, Longma would have definitely died here. So powerful. This is the purest origin magnetic immortal light. A type of origin power from before heaven and earth was created. Longma cried out in pain and excitement. Yifan also ate a fruit. This wasn't an undying immortal medicine, but a type of mutant fruit rarely seen throughout the ages. It possessed special divine effects. In the end, his entire body also trembled, receiving a baptism. His entire body was like a bright mirror, like a divine glass mirror, brilliant and dazzling. Now his origin magnetic divine technique was successfully cultivated. In the future, as long as his cultivation realm increased, this type of secret technique would become more and more terrifying. It could be considered an unmatched secret technique, comparable to the forbidden ancient technique of imperial scriptures. When the divine technique was successfully cultivated, the danger this ancient cave posed to them was immediately reduced. It could no longer injure their bodies. 10,000 strands of immortal light swept over like a cool breeze. Yifan and Longma each ate an origin magnetic mutant fruit, but in the end, they discovered that it wasn't that useful to them anymore. One was enough. The ancient vine was brilliant and dazzling, and there were 8 other fruits. Every single one of them was only the size of a fist, all of them overflowing with brilliant colors as if they were carved from ancient heavenly jade. Woo, are you sure you saw him arrive in this ancient land and enter the archaic origin magnetic immortal cave? Unknowingly, when Yin Qifeng arrived outside the mountain range, he was a bit shocked when he saw auspicious multicolored light surging and 10,000 strands of immortal light. Someone at the side said with an incomparably certain tone, "I saw it with my own eyes through the origin sky divine mirror." Yin Qifeng frowned and said, "The most mysterious and terrifying place in the archaic Tao, right, is none other than this, known as the Immortal Cave. From the ancient times until now, not many trial takers could enter. There shouldn't be great benefits inside, right?" Someone asked. The others also revealed fervent expressions. "It's rumored that there's a type of ancient vine that fell from another world." Yin Qifeng pointed high up in the sky. "Ah, what's so special about it?" Many people were excited. "This vine has a kind of fruit, and it can be considered an immortal medicine that can't die. However, it has strange and miraculous effects. Only those who consume it know of its wonders," Yin Qifeng said. "Really? What a pity. Since not many people have entered since the ancient times, it's useless even if we yearn for it. Since this person has entered, then he can forget about coming out. Let's send him on his way." Yin Qifeng sneered and directly took out a magic treasure, blasting it into the depths of the mountain range. A blazing light and a huge boom rang out. The magic treasure was shattered, but the origin magnetic immortal light became even more terrifying, like a vast ocean bursting through a dam. "Right, let's send him on his way." The others also laughed cruelly. "He dared to enter the archaic immortal cave. Let's send him to become an immortal, ha!" With Yin Qifeng in the lead, more than 10 people attacked this mountain range. All the magic treasures that were shot out were turned into powder, unable to be preserved under the origin magnetic immortal light. Chapter 1275. Vital energy surged. Immortal light shot out in all directions. The mountains and rivers collapsed. Apart from the primordial origin magnetic immortal cave, this vast region turned into ashes. Essence energy surged. Divine magnets danced. All types of light shot out, destroying heaven and earth. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. In the distance, Rui Wei's expression changed. He knew that Yifan was there, risking his life to cultivate. Now that this kind of thing happened, he quickly rushed over to see what was going on. "What are you all doing?" When he saw Yin Qifeng and the others arouse the origin magnetic immortal light storm, he shouted, "What does it have to do with you?" One of them looked down from above, coldly glancing at him. "Stop!" Even though Rui Wei looked delicate and pretty, he was very decisive. He wanted to face these people alone, stop them from continuing, and by time for Yi Fan. Someone mocked. You overestimate yourself. A small cultivator from the wilderness dares to stop us? Get lost, or else you will die without a burial. How can we let him go? This person has some friendship with that Yi Fan. Since he came, we will kill him as well. Another person said. Yan Qifeng was a bit apprehensive just now, afraid that Yi Fan would rush out, but now he calmed down. It was because the origin magnetic immortal light had been completely detonated. No matter who came, it was useless. They couldn't escape the shock of the field and would definitely be turned into ashes. Kill him. He revealed a disdainful sneer, pointing at Rui Wei. The people beside him immediately moved. All types of secret treasures flickered, shining with divine splendor. Kacha. Suddenly, a terrifying sound rang out. An expanse of immortal light surged. The depths of the origin magnetic ancient cave shook violently. Then violent waves surged like a mountain flood. One man, one mount, trampled over the resplendent light, breaking through the origin magnetic energy, rushing out like a war god. The origin magnetic immortal cave was like a sea of blood, a vast expanse. They brought with them heaven overflowing divine flames, galloping through the sky with great momentum. Qila. The secret treasures flying towards Rui Wei were swept by a streak of light, but they were turned into fragments, unable to take a single blow. You all want to send me on my way. Help me become an immortal. Yi Fan's body was tall and sturdy. His black hair fluttered about, and his eyes were like lightning. He sat upright on top of the Longma, one man and one mount flowing with precious splendor. You entered the Taigu immortal cave and didn't die. These people felt their bodies turn cold. How great of a transformation was this? Just now, they were still holding their heads high and complacent, thinking that the heavens were helping them, borrowing the origin magnetic ancient cave to end the life of a great enemy. Who would have thought that the other party would directly kill their way out? Xiao. A divine needle flew out noiselessly. There was only a faint flash of light as it pierced towards the back of Yi Fan's head. Someone was attacking. How could they be kind now? Strike first and gain the upper hand. This group of people all possessed extraordinary powers, and when they joined forces, they could be considered a terrifying force. In particular, a few of them were disciples of major forces in the second human city, and they were typical local bullies. Over the years, they had used their connections to enter the dojo many times, and they had obtained great benefits from it. They had never suffered any losses. A halo appeared behind Yi Fan's head, and the divine needle was turned into dust. At the same time, Yi Fan's eyes flashed with magnetic immortal light and shot out. With a scream, the sneak attacker's entire body disintegrated, and then turned into flying ash. Even his primordial spirit couldn't escape, and his body and soul were both destroyed. You merged with the magnetic immortal light? Yan Qifeng sucked in a breath of cold air. Since ancient times, how many heroes wanted to collect the immortal light, and almost all of them failed? He shouted, "Don't use metal treasures." The expressions of the others changed. Some opened their mouths and spat out a jade bell, while others flew out a stone sword from between their eyebrows. They were all rare secret treasures with peerless power, and they attacked together. In this place, mist rushed into the sky, and the chaotic energy flow was earth-shattering. It was exceptionally terrifying. However, Yi Fan's right hand slashed out, and a large expanse of immortal light flew out, destroying all the weapons and turning them into dust. Yi Fan's attack power was extremely great, and what he cultivated was the magnetic immortal light. It wasn't electromagnetic, and non-metallic weapons could still be broken. Kill! Someone shouted, but he quickly retreated, wanting to escape. The person charging at the front instantly turned pale. Even his companion had fled, so how could he fight? Qila. Yi Fan raised his hand, shooting out a streak of light. It spread out like a ripple, possessing extreme speed. The body of the one who tried to escape immediately disintegrated, and then turned into a bloody mist. Since everyone is so kind, wishing to send me on my way, then don't be in such a hurry to leave. I have to properly entertain you all. He was like a god of death, stopping everyone alone. Brother Yi, it's good that you're fine. Rui Wei cried out. Yi Fan expressed his thanks. Then, when he faced these people again, he didn't show any mercy, starting to attack powerfully. Origin magnetic immortal light surged. For people cried out in succession. Their souls left their bodies, turning into field energy, scattering between heaven and earth. Then their flesh turned into ashes. This was a type of fatal blow. Close to half of the dozen or so people died in the blink of an eye. The remaining people were incomparably shaken, and even Yan Qifeng's expression changed. The other party's gains from the immortal cave were tremendous. Actually able to use this type of power. Do we still have a choice? Attack together and kill him. Someone shouted loudly. It was definitely too late to escape now. This executioner wouldn't let them go. Yi Fan pointed out. The bodies of those who surrounded him all collapsed, breaking apart inch by inch under the Origin magnetic immortal light. As for their souls, they were blasted out, instantly disintegrating, dying even faster. The few remaining people felt a chill from head to toe. This type of secret technique was too terrifying. As if a divine king was patrolling, facing the mortals of the lower realms. Yan Qifeng sighed softly. In the end, the difference in strength between these people and Yi Fan was too great. Otherwise, how could they end up like this? They seriously underestimated this person's strength. Now that he thought about it, Guancheng and Heaven Wasteland 13 Steed's second leader intentionally or unintentionally belittled Yi Fan's strength, just wanting to drag them down with him. Right now they didn't follow him, truly hateful. I'll leave these people to you. I'll deal with him. Yi Fan left the others to Longma, and then he faced Yan Qifeng himself. There were holy beasts closing in from all directions, paying close attention, but they didn't dare interfere. They could sense the power of the humans here. I'll send you all on your way, Longma said. He turned into a beam of Origin magnetic immortal light and rushed forward. His basin-sized hooves smashed and hacked. Miserable cries rang out as flesh and broken bones flew in all directions. Yi Fan and Yan Qifeng also began to fight. Divine light overflowed in all directions, and wondrous techniques were endless. Yan Qifeng had cultivated for many years and endured for many years. He felt that he had accumulated enough and wanted to step onto the starry sky ancient path, but he never thought that he would directly encounter such a great enemy. It was an intense confrontation, a battle of life and death. Yan Qifeng was indeed outstanding. He held the war god whip in his hand, and every time he swung it, there would be the sound of wind and thunder. In the distance, the mountain range collapsed one after another. He fought until his eyes were red. He was very strong and was indeed a rare expert, surpassing Mount Junwei Lord. However, after encountering Yi Fan, he could only nurse a grievance in the end. The forbidden weapons on Yan Qifeng's body exploded one after another. These were magic treasures left behind by his mysterious ancestor to protect his life. Some of them could even seriously injure Saint Kings, but they couldn't hit Yi Fan. In the end, Yi Fan wielded a bronze sword and slashed out. The upper half of Yan Qifeng's body flew out, and was sliced in half at the waist. Yan Qifeng shouted loudly. He opened his mouth and spat out a little person that was exactly the same as him. This little person faced off against Yi Fan, who was chasing after him. In the sky filled with flames, his primordial spirit disappeared, and his physical body shattered. Death substitution art. Yi Fan's expression was ice-cold. On the other side, Longma had also ended his battle. Those people were all crushed into pieces by him. Not a single one of them escaped. Yan Qifeng has some background. If someone doesn't follow the rules and returns to the city, it will be troublesome. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He felt a sense of urgency. He needed an ancient land to break through. Tens of thousands of miles away, a few old men were flying. They were precisely Dtion's subordinates. They actually managed to sneak in. Oh, the so-called training grounds aren't that hard to enter. Regardless of whether it was intentional or not. The divine materials we gave out ultimately left a gap for them to enter. Be careful, this governor isn't someone easy to deal with. These few old men were all extraordinary. They were demons that Dtion subdued in the depths of the starry space ancient pathway. All of them had profound magical powers, and were incomparably powerful. After they entered, they started searching for Yi Fan. Only in the hands of young Sir Dtion can the origin of the Tao be unleashed. He's just a green leaf. Yet he wants to walk his own path. He will soon understand what reality is. These people were searching for Yi Fan. They didn't stop and launched a carpet search. At this moment, Yi Fan was facing an extremely serious problem. After comprehending in this Tao ground and cultivating in the Origin Magnetic Immortal Cave, it was truly difficult for him to suppress his cultivation base. He stood alone in an ancient land and punched out with ferocious might, penetrating through the sky and destroying a large stretch of the void, unleashing an incomparable might. He used his strength to break through the sky, wanting to rush out of this sealed Tao ground, and enter the outerverse to see what kind of place he had arrived at exactly. Yi Fan was unleashing his excess energy and combat prowess. If not, he would most probably break through in the next 15 minutes. It wasn't that he was unwilling, but rather he felt that this ancient land wasn't to his liking. Boom. Battle Saint Art, Manifestation Fusion, 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist, 5 Elements Divine Light, Golden Divine Treasury, Origin Magnetic Immortal Light. At this instant, Yi Fan unleashed all sorts of secret arts, raising his combat prowess to the peak. In addition, he activated the Divine Restriction, causing the secret word, all to take effect. Terror towered up into the sky, actually breaking through this restriction, revealing a vast starry space. The aura of an ancient emperor. Yi Fan's heart trembled as an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. He felt that there was a majestic star here that was extremely suitable for him to break through to the Saint Realm. At the same time, many people in the primordial Tao ground were shocked. That tyrannical aura earlier was so powerful that it could devour mountains and rivers, as though it wanted to shatter the universe. Too powerful, it seems to have torn apart this entire ancient land. Some people rushed over here. However, at the instant when Yi Fan was in a daze, the restriction was restored. The starry space vanished, the sky closed up, everything disappeared. However, he wasn't worried. Since he could break through the restriction once, he would be able to do it a second time. He already had a direction. Oh Tao friendy, we meet again. Truly, it's a small world. A few old men finally arrived. How did you guys enter? Yi Fan coldly asked. He instantly thought of Grand Governor Yuhan. Seems like the second city of the human race was very complicated. There were no good people here. An old man walked up. We appreciate that you are a talent. Sir D has the courage to devour the entire universe. In the future, there will definitely be a place for you under our command. Are you willing to offer your Tao origins and submit to us? You guys from the other races barged into the human race's Tao ground, and have already committed a grave sin. Yet you still dare to boast so shamelessly. Yi Fan spoke in a heavy voice. Rules are meant to be broken, regardless of whether you can accept it or not. This is reality. A foreign race expert coldly spoke. Yi Fan's black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were like lightning as he faced them directly. His killing intent surged like a tsunami. One of them coldly snorted. You aren't recognized by the heavens and earth and are destined to be a supporting character in this world. Yet you still want to obtain the Tao? You overestimate your own capabilities. There's no hope for you to become an emperor. Do I still need anyone's recognition to become an emperor? What Tao origins? In my eyes, they are nothing. You guys don't understand my path and can't see it either. Yi Fan calmly spoke. How can we not see it? You are about to become a saint and your strength is truly terrifying. You can kill saints and kill heroes. However, with us here today, you have no hope. You have no way to become a saint. Let me make you understand reality. The foreign race experts surrounded him. Chapter 1276. In the surroundings, gigantic trees towered into the sky. Their trunks were as thick as mountains and their branches were like coiling dragons, extending towards the heavens. The trees were lush and verdant, suppressing the entire mountain range beneath them. Wild beasts roamed about, bringing with them clouds and mist, causing the supreme ancient Tao right to seem even more vast. This was a primitive ancient land. Golden-winged dragons soared through the air. The cries of green divine wands shook the 9 heavens. They would occasionally appear, exuding boundless saintly might and terrifying auras. Yi Fan, on the other hand, engaged in an intense battle with a few foreign race experts. He entered a swamp from one mountain range to another, destroying many desolate mountain ranges, and startling ancient beasts one after another. Although you are very strong, exceeding our expectations, since we dared to act against you, how can we not have methods to deal with you? An expert from the other races laughed strangely. At this moment, his face was filled with unmasked malevolence and revealed his true appearance. He wasn't as old as imagined, he was a monster. He had a humanoid body with a human head in the center. His face was covered with fine jade-green scales, and he had a wide mouth filled with fangs. He also had a head of jade-green hair. On his left shoulder, there was a silver-colored wolf head that was ferocious and evil. It opened its bloody mouth wide and exuded killing intent. And on his right shoulder, there was a crow head that was as black as ink. Black mist churned around it, and emitted an aura of death. When it opened its mouth, it sounded like a death knell. As for the others, they all had strange appearances and weren't humans. They were a terrifying race from the depths of the starry space, and each of them possessed heaven-shaking divine arts. These experts from the other races were the capable subordinates of Dtion. Each of them could kill ancient saints. Also, they were creating a formation named the Six Harmonies God-subduing formation. It was extremely terrifying. So what if your talent is extraordinary? Can you be stronger than Saint Kings? This is a Tao art created by the ancestor of young Master Dtion. It's specially used to deal with supreme experts. Today, you will have no path to the heavens or the earth. The three-headed expert from the other races laughed sinisterly. That crow-head's caw was exceptionally ear-piercing, akin to the rumbling of a death knell. All living beings and plants were engulfed by the black mist and were all turned into ashes. The mountains and valleys within a 10,000-mile radius were transformed into a land of death. Yifan wasn't surrounded by them. He circulated the attainment technique, and beneath his feet were pieces of Tao patterns that flickered with brilliant divine radiance. It was as if a golden bolt of lightning was moving about. If I don't submit to the source of Tao now, when will I? You have to understand that the opportunity is fleeting. It's too late to regret. The origin magnetic immortal light danced about like a brilliant river of stars descending, causing these people to fall into a passive position from time to time, and they were exhausted from dealing with it. Yifan was in a frenzy as he executed the Six Paths reincarnation fist. His steps were steady and he never stepped into the six-direction God-subduing array. This battle attracted the attention of many people. Many trial takers were alarmed. They either stood at the peak of the mountain or stood in the sky, secretly watching from afar. Yi Wuhuan, the second in command of the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland, narrowed his eyes. Clad in azure armor, he held a large halberd in his hand and watched coldly from afar, ready to strike at any time. Guancheng was in another ancient land. He was expressionless as he gripped a bronze dagger axe with all his might. His knuckles turned white as he stared at it without blinking. Seeing Yifan sweep through everything and fight in the great wilderness, he couldn't help but think of that person's figure in the past. This kind of invincible temperament that could devour mountains and rivers was too similar. Uyemo, Tuobayu, Kutuchuo Yuxian, and the others were all alarmed. They stood between the stone mountains and ancient veins, watching the battle seriously. Yifan was alone on a horse with a black spear in his hand. He fought a great battle in the primordial Taoist rite, shocking everyone. Every spear strike caused the great Tao to rumble. His black hair was like a waterfall, and his eyes were like lightning. Every spear strike would shatter a mountain range. Even if there were restrictions, it was useless. Many ancient lands were turned into ashes. His divine might was matchless. However, these 6 foreign races were too powerful. This was an unrivaled combination. How could they kill trial takers? They could clearly kill Saint Kings. The only fortunate thing was that Yifan wasn't surrounded. If not, once the grand formation closed, it would be useless no matter who came. It would be hard to change his fate. This formation was incomparably terrifying. One mustn't fall into it. The only correct path was to fight outside the formation. Young Master D has obtained the recognition of the heavens and earth, and will definitely become an emperor in the future. As for you, you are not accepted by the heavens. Do you still not understand the disparity between the two of you? A foreign race expert coldly laughed, wanting Yifan to see reality and lower his head to them. You can change your fate. If you can stand beside a great emperor, you will be filled with glory. You won't have to die on the path to becoming an emperor. Both parties fought, transforming into a stretch of light that swept through the mountains and many divine lakes, startling numerous ferocious beasts. Following behind young Master D is a choice for you to change your fate. You have to understand that this opportunity is fleeting. This group of people had terrifying combat prowess. But when facing against Yi Fan, they encountered trouble as well. This was a tough bone to chew. This battle lasted for a very long time. Yi Fan frowned because he would soon be unable to suppress it any longer. It was very possible that he would break through to the Saint Realm at any moment. I can sense it. You are about to break through to the Saint Realm. That would be too dangerous for us. Since you don't want to grasp this opportunity, we can only kill you. One of them spoke. After that, they roared in unison. An ancient wooden box appeared in the air, and was refined by the 6 of them. It emitted beams of strange light that permeated every opening. The box exploded, radiating beams of immortal light that flew towards Yi Fan, enveloping him. He was like a giant cocoon trapped within. What was this? The people from afar felt their hair standing on end. They could feel a terrifying energy permeating the air. This energy was extremely demonic. The broken bones of the great sage were grinded into dust by a supreme divine weapon. Secret ingredients from the various heavens were added and refined into Tao transformation powder. No matter how strong you are, as long as you are touched by it, you can only passively transform into the Tao. Upon hearing this cold sentence, the hearts of everyone trembled. This was a supreme killing weapon. What was the most terrifying thing in the world? Transforming into the Tao was undoubtedly one. Even great ancient emperors had to transform into the Tao after death. Didn't you want to become a saint? Now you will transform into the Tao. Even if you are lucky enough to survive, you will never be able to become a saint. These cold words caused many people's hearts to turn cold. These methods were too vicious. The foreign races were too vicious. Cutting off one's hopes of becoming a saint was even more painful than killing them. On the plaza of the second human city, Great Commander Yuhan saw the scene in the archaic Tao right through an ancient mirror. A cold smile appeared on his face. We can move out now. Bring the origin of the Tao over. Great Commander, please give your instructions. More than 10 old soldiers walked up, every one of them surging with battle intent. It was unknown just how many battles they had experienced. They all crawled out from piles of corpses. Bring this ancient mirror with you. It is an archaic magical artifact that controls this Tao right. It can use the power of heaven and earth to suppress enemies. Great Commander Yuhan handed over the ancient mirror in his hands. Yuhan told them that they could only use this artifact at the most crucial moment. This was because this artifact consumed too much essence energy. Controlling it for a long period of time would suck one's body dry. In the archaic Tao rite, Yi Fan and Longma were trapped in a cocoon. Even saint monarchs would have a hard time escaping the fate of transforming into the Tao if they came into contact with it. At this moment, Yi Fan displayed an extraordinary divine ability. The 9 ancient characters of the Tao scripture shone brightly and flew out from his forehead one after another, surrounding him and Longma in the center. The great sage's Tao powder could not touch them. The 9 ancient characters shone brightly and emitted an immortal radiance, making him appear holy and dignified. Even Longma's heart palpitated. Then the space between Yi Fan's brows flickered again. The 9 ancient characters transmitted to him by the divine will of the Sun Saint Emperor were also reflected. They formed on his white forehead and jumped out one after another. The 9 emperor characters of the Tao scripture protected him. The 9 ancient characters of the Sun Saint scripture began to counterattack. This was a blazing divine power that could destroy everything. With a boom, the great sage's Tao cocoon collapsed. Everyone was shocked. This was too sudden. This was a taboo item refined with the remains of the great sage as the main material and the secret materials of the heavens as the supplementary materials. Yet it did not trap Yi Fan. At this time, the chaos in the outside world also shocked Yi Fan. More than 10 old soldiers sacrificed an ancient mirror and were attacking the 6 members of the foreign races. Mountains collapsed and seas roared. Bloody mist filled the air. Both sides paid the price in blood. He broke out of the Tao cocoon at this time. Immediately, both sides were shaken and stopped. Yi Fan immediately understood. Great Commander Yu Han purposely let the 6 members of the foreign races in to eliminate him. Then he sent his capable subordinates to rush over at the crucial moment. He wanted to reap the benefits in the end. At this moment, both sides' gazes fell on him. This was a terrifying murderous intent. They both wanted the origin of the Tao in his body. At this point, there was no need to hide it anymore. You all deserve to die. When I return, I will visit you one by one and take your dog heads. After saying this, Yi Fan left without looking back. He used the Rho formula and fled hundreds of thousands of miles away. He was now in great trouble and could no longer suppress his own power. He was about to break through and become a saint. He wanted to calm down and deal with the heavenly tribulation. For anyone who could reach this step, the saint tribulation was the most difficult life and death trial in their life. There was no room for carelessness or carelessness. Moreover, Yi Fan's heavenly tribulation was different from the others. It was exceptionally sharp and needed to be even more cautious. We can't let him go. We can't let him become a saint. At all costs, interfere with his process of becoming a saint and make him fail at the last step. The 6 members of the foreign races shouted. They could not allow such a thing to happen. They used all means to search and stop Yi Fan from becoming a saint. The dozen or so old soldiers did not follow them. Instead, they hid in a valley and used the treasured mirror in their hands. They wanted to control the primordial Taoist rite and find where Yi Fan was. However, they could not find him no matter how hard they tried. At this moment, Yi Fan laid down the heaven-deceiving matrix. His real body sat in the green cauldron to suppress himself. He wanted his body and mind to reach an absolute state of emptiness in order to deal with the unimaginable saint tribulation. This was the most important step in his life, and he could not afford to make any mistakes. This rite is not the ideal place to undergo the tribulation. If I become a saint here, I'm really unwilling, Yi Fan said to himself. He thought of the starry sky he saw when he used his battle prowess to forcefully break through this rite. He clenched his teeth and said, I'll rush out of this cage and take a look at the outside world. I can clearly feel the aura of the ancient emperors. That should be the ideal place. Yi Fan sat in the green cauldron and calmed his heart. He actually meditated for a day and a night, and was not forced to make a breakthrough. All right, I'll rush out and take a look. When I return as a saint, I'll settle the score with you all. He made such a decision. Longma agreed. It also wanted to find that ancient land and become a saint. This was a pitch-black night. Not a sound could be heard. Yi Fan had made all his preparations. Boom. The horse stepped into the sky. 1 man and 1 mount went against the heavens. Yi Fan held the black spear in one hand and pierced through the sky. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist was unparalleled and tyrannical, smashing the universe. The battle saint technique, the fusion of phenomena. Yi Fan used all kinds of secret techniques and rushed into the sky. He was like a peerless overlord that crushed the primordial Taoist rite. He rushed into a land of stars. Perhaps it was fate. At this moment, only one person saw this scene, and it was still Guancheng. He opened his mouth in shock and wanted to say something. However, his throat moved and moved, but no sound came out. His face was pale as if he had lost all his strength. He suddenly fell to the ground. Chapter 1277. A silver flame was throbbing about. It was especially dazzling in the cosmos. The vast star domain was boundless, and there wasn't a single light that could compare to that place. Yi Fan rode through the sky, breaking through the seal and rushing out of the archaic Tao rite. He arrived in the boundless star domain and broke free. He had reason to believe that the archaic Tao rite was a primal chaos immortal earth. From the ancient times until now, the boundless universe had no boundaries. Compared to it, even a majestic ancient star was as insignificant as a speck of dust, let alone a person. Yi Fan immediately held his spear horizontally. His body and mind became clear. He suppressed the urge to become a saint and gazed at the stellar streams, watching the resplendent silver flames. The aura of an ancient great emperor. He said to himself. This feeling couldn't be wrong. There seemed to be an ancient star with life ahead that had previously produced a great emperor. That type of majesty and vastness was incomparable. Longma didn't wait for him to say anything more. He stepped through the sky, leaving behind a streak of flowing light as he rushed towards the resplendent silver flames. The distance wasn't that great, and it was close to this region. That grand aura covered heaven and earth, making one couldn't help but prostrate themselves in worship. There was a type of vastness, and even more a type of grandeur. This was a great star that was shockingly large. It was unknown just how many moons revolved around it, dazzling and resplendent. This used to be an ancient land of life, but now there were no creatures. One could vaguely sense its past glory. Longma broke out into a cold shiver. He quickly stopped and no longer dared to advance. He finally saw what that was. Within the silver flames, all types of divine chains of order interweaved. There were golden source natural laws, gray mist, and green life force. All types of Tao merged together to form an expanse of flames. The power of the Tao. The entire ancient star was filled with this type of terrifying aura. A majestic land of life ended because of this. How could a star with life be filled with this type of power? It was simply inconceivable. How did this happen? Yi Fan was stupefied. This was hard to imagine. This power of the Tao was enough to devour everything. Even the great sage would die if he came. One man and one mount stood there. Their divinity sublimated, their body and mind tranquil. They silently sensed the vicissitudes of this vast planet. All of a sudden, Yi Fan heard a fluctuation of aging. The emperor is dead, the gods of the various domains are in chaos, and the celestial court has collapsed. This was an incomplete sentence, yet it was like a bolt of lightning that flashed through the boundless universe, and it caused Yi Fan's heart to shake violently while he shuddered. Did you hear that? Yi Fan asked Longma. What did you hear? Longma didn't understand and revealed a suspicious expression. The emperor has already died. The divine generals of the various regions are in chaos. The celestial court collapsing in a single day. The remnant words were like thunder, making the entire star domain tremble, vast, majestic, and deafening. Yi Fan woke up with a start and stared at this vast planet. Longma, on the other hand, didn't feel anything and was very astonished by his reaction. Emperor's death, the celestial court collapsing, and everything was in chaos. This was a wave of desolate aura that covered the sky and covered the earth. It made Yi Fan feel the sorrow of the end of a glorious era. This was definitely a great character. Otherwise, how could he have the right to be sad and say such words? Tens of thousands of years had passed and no one knew. There was no way to verify it. The appearance of this great planet was most likely related to the death of the celestial court. Yi Fan had heard the same words on Earth. That was from a corner of the ancient imperial palace platform. And it was like an old matter that would never return. Had the collapse of the celestial court affected the entire starry sky of the universe? This was such a shocking fact. From Earth to here, they had crossed countless galaxies. This great planet was only one of the places affected. However, why was it so serious? Was it caused by a single person's Tao transformation? It had been too long. The immortal heavenly emperor had established the glory of the Big Dipper archaic era. Even his deeds were so old that they were indistinct and couldn't be verified. There was no need to talk about the earlier celestial court. That was an old matter from the archaic era. Apart from a few ancient races that were fortunate enough to survive, no one else could look back and see it clearly. This is bad. Longma was worried. His judgment was wrong. There was no life star here, only tranquility. Whoever dared to go forward to undergo the tribulation would inevitably be transformed into the Tao. This time it's really bad. I can't suppress my realm anymore. I thought I could happily pass the trial just now, but I didn't expect to encounter such an unforeseen event. Divine radiance curled around its body, and multicolored splendor scurried about chaotically. Its body was crackling incessantly as if it was about to sprout wings and ascend. Its divine power surged uncontrollably. What should it do? The present conditions couldn't even compare to the archaic Taoist rite. What was here? There was only the endless void. On the ancient starry sky path, there was an ancient land prepared for trial takers to become saints. Once one passed the trial, there would be many benefits. It could even affect one's future achievements and widen the path ahead. There was nothing here, and the guide on the ancient path couldn't have arranged anything. What kind of Dao fruit could one comprehend after passing the trial? Yi Fan said, "For me, it's best if an ancient star appears where a great emperor once ruled. Everything else doesn't matter. However, you need a pure land with all kinds of laws to comprehend the order of heaven and earth. This is a bit troublesome. It's not like I'm attaining the position of the great sage. There's no need to face the starry sky. This is going to be fun." Longma drooped his head. Yi Fan thought for a moment and said, "If you aren't afraid of transforming into the Tao, that ancient star ahead will be a blessed land for you to reverse the fortune." He pointed forward. That place was resplendent with all kinds of flames and endless laws. The power of transforming into the Tao filled the air. "That's purely courting death." Longma's expression changed. Who could resist the power of transforming into the Tao? The slightest bit of carelessness, and one's cultivation would be completely destroyed. You don't have any other choice. If you want to become stronger, this is the ideal place. Yi Fan leapt up and pushed him towards that great star with silver flames throbbing about. Longma released a strange cry, but he himself didn't stop. He followed this wave of power and rushed over, only stopping after reaching a certain distance. Yi Fan strolled through the starry sky and observed this star domain. His brows furrowed, and then his expression became calm as he observed this star domain. There was actually more than one place with life. There were a few planets that had glorious pasts, but now, they had all dried up and returned to deathly stillness. He didn't ascend a star, and directly chose to advance through the cosmos void. He was surrounded by these dried-up ancient lands and was in the middle. This one is going to start. As long as I can survive, I will definitely be unmatched under the heavens in the future. Longma shouted to encourage himself. He didn't want to transform into the Tao, and wanted to illuminate these natural laws. When he was a certain distance away from that majestic light flame, he no longer suppressed his realm, and began to break through. In that instant, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. All types of light danced about, and a sea of lightning descended. Longma's heavenly tribulation arrived with great power. Endless lightning, countless tribulations, great yin, great yang, 5 elements, primal chaos, and other heavenly tribulations interweaved together. There were too many types to count. All of them the greatest and most terrifying lightning tribulation. Longma was arrogant and boasted shamelessly. He indeed had the qualifications to be ostentatious. One could tell from his tribulation that this was far from an ordinary saint tribulation. Lightning radiance flickered, terrifying beyond compare. Lightning appeared in the void and wrapped around it. That place became a tribulation pool. It cried out miserably. That great star that had transformed into the Tao also displayed abnormal movements. Streak after streak of silver radiance surged like smoke and mist, continuously spreading towards Longma. This was an extremely great threat. Not only were there all types of natural laws in order, there was even more power that had transformed into the Tao. It could mercilessly obliterate all life forms. Longma let out a long howl and made a fuss. Now was not the time to pretend to be unrestrained. It neighed, barked, roared, and roared. The scales on its body opened and closed, and its mane fluttered like flames. It jumped and crossed the tribulation while keeping a vigilant eye on the ancient star. To Longma, this was both an opportunity and a test of death. It drew on the lightning tribulation to cleanse and block the power of transformation into the Tao while comprehending the other natural laws and order. Slowly, it finally found the trick and grasped the balance. It absorbed what it needed and used lightning to resolve the crisis. Of course, the heavenly tribulation was also dangerous. Its skin and flesh were lacerated, and even its bones and tendons were broken. It was covered in blood. This was the Saint Tribulation, the most terrifying. Since ancient times, no one had been able to cross it calmly. In the end, Longma was almost crippled. I'll fight it out with the damned heavens. Longma was covered in blood. It was unknown how many of its bones were broken. Fortunately, it could recover quickly every time. It was difficult and painful. It endured the fatigue and resisted the punishment of the heavens. Yi Fan glanced at it. Although it was suffering, it could still persevere. He believed that Longma could get through it. even though that kind of tribulation far exceeded the scope of ordinary saints. It's time for me to cross the tribulation. Yi Fan stretched his body and opened his chest. He looked up at the boundless sky and stood alone under the vast starry sky. He began to break through and welcome his own heavenly tribulation. Strands of holy power overflowed from his body, and rays of divine splendor bloomed. His entire body was brilliant as if it was cast from gold. Blood energy rushed out from the top of his head like dragons. Boom! At this moment, the heavenly punishment flared up. It was so violent that it was unbelievable. It was too resplendent, as if countless stars had fallen and drowned this place. Yi Fan directly disappeared. He was swallowed by the sea of stars. This star domain was drowned in divine splendor. There was light everywhere, and his body couldn't be seen at all. Longma's eyes widened. If its heavenly tribulation was said to be far beyond that of ordinary saints, it would be like rivers of stars falling down and converging into a vast ocean, covering this place. Then Yi Fan's heavenly tribulation was like a vast ocean smashing down directly, and not just one by one. This greatly stimulated it, and it cried out, "Are you kidding me? Is this still a heavenly tribulation? The universe's starry sky has been buried. How can people still live?" Fortunately, the two of them were far enough away. Otherwise, Longma would be in danger. That was simply not a heavenly tribulation, but the arrival of the end of the world. In the terrifying light, planets began to explode and turn into dazzling light. However, in the sea of heavenly tribulation, it was only a few waves and couldn't cause too much of a ripple. Yi Fan expected that the heavenly tribulation would be very fierce, but he didn't expect it to be this severe. Even his powerful body had traces of blood appearing, and his joints were cracking. This was a heavenly punishment that skinned and tempered every piece of flesh in his body. It could really be said that the bones were smashed and then reconstructed. Yi Fan's saint heavenly tribulation was too tyrannical. The most terrifying lightning in the world had appeared. He immediately took out the myriad chi cauldron. It rose and fell with him, undergoing the baptism. This was because this item would also undergo a qualitative change and rise to a higher level today. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Fan's bones were broken many times. His entire body was almost obliterated, and it was constantly being refined and reconstructed, flickering with radiance. He endured the pain and resisted the tribulation. He didn't dare to relax for even a moment. After another period of time, he suddenly raised his head. His eyes were like torches as he looked into the depths of the sea of lightning. There was the aura of an ancient emperor pervading the air, as well as another kind of imposing power. Chapter 1278. The thunderous waterfall crashed down, vast and boundless, and this was only a corner of the sea of thunder. The waves were magnificent and boundless, and the tide of the heavenly tribulation engulfed the boundless star region. Yi Fan encountered the most terrifying tribulation in his life. He was resisting the heavenly punishment with great difficulty, and at the same time, he had to guard against the fluctuations in the depths of the sky. The aura of the ancient emperors was pervading the air. "Brat, good luck to you. I can't help you much, and I can't even protect myself," Longma shouted from afar. Its skin and flesh were split open, and its bones and tendons were broken. It continued to reconstruct and refine its body. Longma saw how tragic Yi Fan's great tribulation was, and was greatly stimulated. It felt that since such a great tribulation existed in this world, then what it was facing was nothing, and it could definitely pass through it. In a sense, Yi Fan's current tragic scene greatly encouraged Longma's faith. This unscrupulous horse began to charge with all its might, and flatten the obstacles to becoming a saint. Boom! The black light was boundless, submerging the star region. The divine lightning descended, and it was greater than all the previous tribulations. It filled this star region, and many stars were submerged within, exploding one after another. This was a peerless terror, and this scene was enough to make any saint tremble in fear. If the heavens allowed a person to break through, how could they send down such a tribulation? This was a sign of not being recognized by the heavens. They did their best to exceed the limits of the punishment, and wanted to destroy the saint. This divine lightning was filled with immortal mist, and the black light flickered. It completely smashed Yi Fan into pieces, and even his cauldron was cracked. It could be said to be the most tragic tribulation he had ever experienced. Dong. His body emitted the sound of a heavenly drum, and rays of golden divine radiance shot out. His broken body and broken bones were once again reconstructed and refined into one. Yi Fan endured the pain of his broken body, and once again refined the myriad chi cauldron. He chanted the ancient scriptures he obtained from the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, and poured them into the cracks on the cauldron, densely covering it, and then accepted the tempering of the heavenly tribulation. This cauldron was extraordinary. It was originally an immortal material exclusive to emperors, and it was made to forge unparalleled emperor weapons. Now that it was reforged and tempered, it became even more ancient and mysterious. Rumble. Another exceptional sea of lightning descended. Golden light shone resplendently, illuminating the entire cosmos. It was as if the great explosion of the star domain had occurred. The dazzling light was 10,000 times more terrifying than the destruction of countless stars. The divine thunder of the sun arrived, blasting Yi Fan's flesh and blood everywhere. Even though his body was strong, it was still a narrow escape. His bones were broken inch by inch, and his tendons and vessels were ruptured. Blood splashed everywhere. It was too horrible to look at. Similarly, the cauldron cracked once more, almost breaking into pieces. It bobbed up and down in front of Yi Fan's brow, as if it would collapse and scatter in all directions at any time. Yi Fan circulated his mystic arts and melted his broken body back into one. His bloodline became stronger, and he used the swordsman formula to make himself indestructible. He continuously baptized his bones. At the same time, he tempered the cauldron again and again, striking hundreds of ancient characters into the cracks, merging them into one. This was a painful ordeal. The size of the lightning tribulation and the strength of the heavenly punishment had exceeded Yi Fan's expectations. He could no longer transcend the tribulation as calmly as he had in the past. The slightest carelessness would result in the destruction of both his body and soul. Boom. Following that, the 5 elements heavenly tribulation descended. 5 beams of divine light swept down, smashing Yi Fan 5 times in a row. It was the same for the myriad chi cauldron. It trembled continuously, and almost broke into pieces. Yi Fan suffered extreme tribulations again and again. If it was an ordinary person, any one of the attacks would have turned him into ashes. Since the ancient times, not many people could withstand it. This was the greatest punishment for those who had the ambition to become emperor. Boom. Another great tribulation came. The lightning was dazzling and filled the sky boundless. He clenched his teeth and endured. However, he was worried that the cauldron would be destroyed because of this, destroying his tool of achieving the Tao. Gotcha. The most terrifying thing finally happened. The myriad chi cauldron broke into pieces and floated in the void of the universe. They surrounded him in the center and lost their luster. How could this be? Yi Fan muttered bitterly. The myriad chi origin root was rarely seen in the world. It was found by the vicious great emperor. It was unknown which star domain he obtained it from. It was a true immortal object, yet it shattered just like that. Tens of thousands of streaks of divine multicolored light hacked down. They struck these fragments, creating sonorous sounds and releasing ear-splitting sounds. Wisps of mysterious aura flowed. Yi Fan's body cracked. He was once again destroyed by the lightning tribulation. His bones creaked and blood splashed everywhere, landing on the fragments of the cauldron. Clang. Blood scattered everywhere. All the fragments of the cauldron shone and released sword energy that rushed into the heavens. It split the sky dome and shattered the immortal lightning. It rumbled and shook the entire sky dome. Yi Fan was shocked. The cauldron did not die and contained a vigorous fighting spirit. This was just the beginning. A path of transformation. Struggle, struggle. This was the moment. Endless lightning descended. Even though the cauldron fragments would shatter from time to time, turning into even finer lumps, Yi Fan was no longer that worried. It was because he thought of a possibility. The Tao scriptures recorded a method to refine an artifact. During the Saint Tribulation, it would undergo a qualitative change. It needed this cauldron to be reborn and give birth to a deity. This was the cauldron's self-destruction and rebirth, the embodiment of its desire for change. Blood mixed with the cauldron fragments as they trembled and released rumbling sounds. Every single piece of the cauldron had soared energy that rushed into the heavens. They hacked apart the sea of lightning, unyielding and unyielding as they resisted the tribulation. Yi Fan's flesh was broken apart again and again. Blood splashed onto the cauldron fragments, making them even more spiritual. They continuously released light cries as if they were mumbling. This was a painful tribulation. Yi Fan endured the heavenly punishment of having his body torn to pieces every minute and second. His flesh, shattered bones, and cauldron fragments merged together. Forge my Tao, forge my cauldron. Even though he suffered unbearable pain, each time he was reconstructed, his eyes became brighter and brighter. Hundreds of ancient characters continuously flew out, entering the broken cauldron fragments and merging into it. This was the ancient scripture from the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Even now, Yi Fan still couldn't comprehend it. It wasn't something he could understand at his cultivation level. It was cryptic and difficult to understand. However, even if he couldn't comprehend it, it couldn't stop him from using it. Ever since he forged the all-life energy cauldron back then, he continuously merged these scriptures into the cauldron, imperceptibly influencing it and making it transform. This was especially the case when he was on the other side of the starry sky. During the great tribulation of the 3 slashes of the Tao, he even chanted this scripture, refining the all-life energy cauldron to face the tribulation together. Even though he didn't know the secrets of this scripture, he persisted, making his own cauldron remember it. He used hundreds of ancient characters to hammer it into the only Tao artifact. Wenglonglong. The 9 Great Tribulation descended. 9 streaks of light hacked down, destroying all things. Many stars exploded. This region covered by the heavenly tribulation experienced great destruction. Yi Fan released a long roar. The little golden figure rushed out from the space between his brows, receiving the same baptism as his physical body. In the end, it couldn't hold on any longer, slowly shattering. This was a type of great disaster. When the spirit was destroyed, the person would die. The physical body could be reconstructed, but once the primordial spirit was destroyed, everything would be for naught. Ah! Yi Fan released a long roar, full of unwillingness. His saint tribulation was so difficult to pass. He didn't want to return to eternal silence. He had to make it through. The swordsman formula operated. After the little golden figure turned into pieces, it was pulled together by a powerful force again, carrying out reconstruction, releasing endless light. My body is immortal, 10,000 tribulations exist forever. He chanted scriptures strengthening his own Tao. His conviction didn't waver, his will like iron. Meanwhile, the little golden figure also became more and more resplendent, finally making it through this disaster. Of course, this was just a tribulation along the way. There were still many more difficulties ahead. However, Yi Fan found hope, firmly believing that he could make it through. 1 bolt, 2 bolts. Countless bolts of lightning descended again and again, and each time it was different. In the end, the little golden figure was scattered many times, condensing again and again with great difficulty, becoming a whole. He didn't know if it was 100 or 1,000 tribulations, but Yi Fan didn't feel any pain. There was only a type of Tao ringing in his ears. At this moment, a strange change happened to him. Flesh, broken bones, the cracked little golden figure, and the pieces of the broken cauldron actually merged together, rising and falling in the sea of lightning, accepting the refinement. He was forging the cauldron, refining his scattered flesh, primordial spirit, and source energy fragments into one, carrying out a stupefying refinement. The cauldron is me, I am the cauldron. At this moment, there was nothing else, only Tao ringing. There was only a flesh cauldron, rising and falling with all life source energy, looking incomparably mysterious. This kind of strange cauldron actually blocked the heavenly tribulation, achieving a moment of eternity, immortal in the void of the universe, eternal life. Flesh, blood, flesh, broken primordial spirit, and cauldron fragments merged into one. This was a mysterious scene, using one's body to forge a cauldron, becoming a part of it. If ordinary people knew about this, they would definitely be stupefied, unable to understand. However, at this moment, it really happened, it was so mysterious. Great Tao divine sounds rumbled. Yi Fan seemed to have sensed something, couldn't help but think of an extremely widespread saying. The extreme Tao weapons were a type of alternative continuation of the ancient emperor's lives. These words weren't false. The great emperors passed away in meditation, their primordial spirits obliterated, but the emperor weapons contained divine radiance that could illuminate the endless ages, never to be extinguished. At the same time, Yi Fan woke up. Some of the paths he had walked, the ancient emperors had experienced them before. The true emperor's path was all treading on the feet of unmatched beings. They were different, but there were similarities. Wonglong. A great earthquake occurred. This was a disaster of destruction, the most terrifying great tribulation. Primal chaos energy surged, engulfing the starry sea. The boundless primal chaos divine tribulation descended. The peace was broken, the sea of lightning pierced through, making this cauldron explode. Yi Fan's balance and undying were destroyed. Moreover, this time, the cauldron was turned into powder, its flesh and primordial spirit almost ground into light, scattering into the primal chaos. This was the most miserable moment. This type of tribulation represented destruction. It was as if the heavens wanted to destroy everything, turning those who stubbornly walked the emperor's path into dust, into clouds and smoke. However, within this destruction, there was a new power that tore through the boundless primal chaos, shining down from the depths of the heavens. This was a type of power of hope. Yi Fan didn't feel fear, didn't feel impatient. At the final moment of life and death, he calmed down. He had passed through so many tribulations, lingering between life and death. He had done everything he could. Even if he died, he had nothing to complain about, because he had done his best. I can make it through. At this moment, this thought appeared in his mind. He had a premonition that after the primal chaos divine tribulation, there would be another type of tribulation. Creation of heaven and earth. Creation of heaven and earth represents the end of destruction, the rebirth of all things. The cauldron and I will be reborn. Yi Fan's will became more and more resolute. The cauldron had already turned into powder, his primordial spirit and flesh in tatters, but they contained the hope of life, a qualitative change about to take place. Chapter 1279. The primal chaos was boundless, all of it immortal lightning. It was boundless and majestic, scattering across the stellar domain, illuminating the glory of endless ages. This was an ultimate type of power. Yi Fan and the cauldron both shattered, turning into dust-like matter. This was especially the case for the golden little figure. It was like a handful of golden grains of sand, brilliant and small as it scattered in all directions. Finally, this boundless destructive primal chaos heavenly tribulation passed. A type of life force pervaded the air, spreading outwards, giving everyone hope. However, Yi Fan didn't dare relax in the slightest. This was still a great tribulation in the end, and not true divine splendor of life that pervaded the air. This was lightning radiance. World creation tribulation. It scattered the primal chaos. Even though it was extremely terrifying, its power great, enough to blast one into ashes, it still contained a layer of hope for life. Under the rumbling sounds, Yi Fan seized this rare chance to recover his flesh. The golden little figure also condensed, and then it forged a cauldron in the world creation tribulation radiance. This great tribulation continued for an exceptionally long time. It was different from the lightning radiance of the past, as if the heavens were truly being opened. In the boundless sea of lightning, in Yi Fan's surroundings, all things were born. Flowers, birds, fish, bugs, stars, gods, devils, humans, ghosts, everything that could be seen took form at this time. These were streaks of lightning, not true creatures. The Kuan-Pung spread its wings, rising 90,000 li into the air. Gods and devils roared, opening up primal chaos immortal earth. The true dragon moved its tail, crushing the sun, moon, and stars. The immortal phoenix attacked furiously, splitting apart the cosmos. This vast scene was completely produced from lightning radiance. This was the creation of an earth creation tribulation, grand and ferocious, making one's soul tremble. Yi Fan's expression changed. At first, he thought that this represented life, but now, it seemed like it also contained great danger. That Kuan-Pung threw itself over. That immortal phoenix flapped its wings. If they truly struck his body, it would be a disaster. In this world creation tribulation, even if it was a stalk of grass, a bug, or a sparrow, they were all terrifying, able to bring about an immeasurable killing tribulation. Yi Fan tried to resist these plants, flowers, birds, fish, bugs, and everything else. They were all accompanied by exceptional killing radiance, extremely dangerous. Plants, fish, insects, the sun, the moon, and the stars, the immortal phoenix and the white tiger all appeared. There were also gods and devils that roared in the primordial world. Yi Fan was stunned. Why was the scene of everything appearing so similar? With a thought, he slowed down the process of casting the cauldron and thought of the green cauldron. The simple and unadorned damaged cauldron. When the mottled ancient marks were wiped away and the true appearance was revealed, the surface was like this. Flowers, birds, fish, insects, vermilion birds, cheilants, the sun, moon, stars, gods, devils, ancient people, and so on. All the spirits of the world appeared. At this moment his heart was shaken. He immediately began to forge the cauldron, nurturing it within the heaven and earth creation tribulation, allowing it to be born. Yi Fan's flesh was torn apart and reconstructed, and the little golden figure in front of his forehead was the same. It sat there, devouring heaven and earth, splitting lightning radiance. It was boundless, not a single bit wasted. Then it was transferred to the cauldron, using the lightning as water and mud to create an ancient cauldron. The myriad chi cauldron had turned into powder, but it wasn't lifeless. It was filled with vitality that was about to undergo a qualitative change. It contained boundless vitality, and it shone brilliantly. Boom. He guided it with his spirit, used his flesh to nourish it, and used lightning as fire. He began to forge the cauldron, and it quickly took shape. The refining technique in the Tao scripture was too important. One of its core essentials was extremely important, and that was to forge a Tao weapon. Of all the weapons in the world, he only needed to grasp one, and that was enough. Yi Fan had cultivated for so many years, and he couldn't be more familiar with the first volume of the Tao scripture. Thus, he reached great heights in the development of this technique, and the cauldron was quickly forged into shape. Or it could be said that the fragments of the cauldron were reviving on their own, reconstructing themselves, and manifesting themselves in the world. The cauldron was formed, and there were patterns of all things on it. There were galaxies curling around it, deities roaring in the primal chaos, and it actually produced rumbling sounds that shook one's blood and flesh to the point of collapse. There were also ancients, vermilion birds, kuanpungs, and so on, all of them vivid and lifelike. Flowers, birds, fish, and insects were also there, forming beautiful patterns. Plants and other things were added to the vitality, giving it a real texture and vitality. This is... Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. Could the myriad chi cauldron be forged like this? And now, did he experience the tribulation of the past when forging the cauldron? How could there be such a scene? He couldn't help but think. Well, the heaven-earth splitting tribulation continued. All sorts of plants, fish, insects, immortal essences, ancients, galaxies, and so on were branded onto the cauldron, causing it to become increasingly vast and boundless. Although the cauldron wasn't tall and floated in front of Yi Fan's forehead, it seemed to contain a real universe within it. Yi Fan's body was being repaired. The golden dwarf shone with a resplendent divine light as it sat there, chanting sutras. One could clearly see small golden characters engraved on the cauldron. He was doing his best to imprint the ancient scripture from the 9 dragons pulling the coffin into the cauldron. This scripture was very special, and didn't appear in the world. As for whether or not it would succeed, he didn't know. All he could hope for was that it would be of some use. The heaven-earth splitting tribulation entered its most majestic moment, and Yi Fan, the golden dwarf, and the cauldron also reached the most critical moment of their transformation. Bang! The golden dwarf returned to the space between Yi Fan's brows. He cultivated his flesh and divine senses to the peak, breaking through a hurdle and entering the saint realm. 10,000 regions were shaken. At the same time, the cauldron was also rumbling. All living things on it were trembling, as if they were going to revive. One could even hear the roars of primal chaos deities, as well as the divine bravery of the vermilion bird that swept through 3,000 worlds. Dao, Dao, Dao. Shouts continuously sounded from within the cauldron, dignified and grand, as if they came from the archaic past, from the beginning of the world's creation. Endless streaks of lightning poured down, cleansing this cauldron, making it even more majestic and imposing. It released inviolable holy energy, strand after strand of Tao, crushing the endless blue skies. Inside the cauldron, a deity was born, an undying will appearing. It officially became an undying holy weapon. Bang! All life source energy descended, strand after strand, everything misty. Every strand was comparable to primal chaos sword energy, able to flatten mountains, rivers, and all living things, as well as defend against the collision of stars. Its power was incomparable. When it transformed and sublimated to perfection, the lightning between heaven and earth could no longer harm it in the slightest. When the cauldron floated above Yi Fan's head, millions and millions of strands of source energy protected him within, impervious to all methods and unbreakable. Nothing could approach him, and even the lightning tribulation was blocked outside. In the distance, Longma grimaced in pain. His entire body was covered in white bones, a tragic sight to behold. When he saw Yi Fan's situation, he was dumbstruck. In the end, he was almost devoured by the power of the Tao. He continuously cursed, shouting that this was heaven-defying and that there was no justice in this world. The all-life source energy cauldron was formed, truly becoming an undying holy weapon. It devoured millions and millions of lightning, and in a short moment, it seemed to devour all of the lightning in the sky. Yi Fan didn't use the cauldron to block it. He faced the sky and roared, resisting the final world-splitting tribulation light. At the same time, he didn't forget to continue refining the cauldron. On his forehead, there was an expanse of lustrous white. Ancient characters jumped out one after another. Although it was difficult for them to exist in the world for a long time, they could still appear for a moment, continuously flying towards the cauldron. A deity was born in the cauldron, and it could remember these. At this moment, the cauldron became more and more divine. Apart from the lingering source energy, there was also the cosmos, the galaxy, and all living beings in the surroundings. Hundreds of ancient characters were engraved into the cauldron, remembered by the deity within. From now on, it would transform into every inch and corner of the cauldron. Roar with a roar, the starry domain moved. Millions and millions of strands of multicolored light rushed out of Yi Fan's body. The power of a saint covered the sky and covered the earth. He punched towards the sky, striking towards the final tribulation light. Withdraw! In the end, he let out a light shout. Whether it was his physical body, the little golden person, or the all-life source energy cauldron, they all swallowed and swallowed the sea of lightning. The power of a saint was vast, covering the sky and covering the earth. If one didn't become a saint, he would still be a speck of dust. Once this threshold was crossed, there would be a qualitative transformation, and he would step onto a heavenly ladder, realizing the sublimation of life. In a sense, saints and non-saints were two different kinds of life forms. Unless it was someone at the level of an imperial prince, or an outstanding figure throughout the ages, they would be able to experience the elegance of this domain at the non-saint realm. Obviously, the tribulation of a saint wasn't so simple. The lightning was no longer that terrifying, but an even greater threat was about to descend. Yi Fan's black hair draped over his shoulders. His slender and strong physique was naked. His cold eyes were like lightning, and he looked towards the sky like a demonic god. Sure enough, his guess was right. The young great emperor had appeared. In this place, in this ancient starry domain, an ancient great emperor had appeared before. That kind of aura had already filled the air, and it had long foretold this result. A tall and well-built young man appeared, descending from the sea of lightning. His hair was thick, and his eyes were as deep as the starry sky. He naturally exuded an aura of supremacy in the universe. It was just one person, but he caused the entire sky to fall silent. The lightning was clearly still there, and the lightning was still interweaving. However, the moment this person appeared, it was as if the world had stopped. Other than this person's blurry face, the profoundness of his eyes, the jet-black hair, and the flickering luster of his body were all clearly visible. Compared to the time when he slashed the Tao 3 times, the young great emperor this time was even more realistic. This was the true form of a young great emperor, who had become a saint in his golden years. Yi Fan stood unmoving like a boulder. He also had the aura of an abyss. He faced this young great emperor coldly. He wanted to fight a great battle against this young great emperor. It was also because he had seen a more realistic body that his heart was greatly moved. Every great emperor was invincible, and they were the best of their level. They were invincible. Yi Fan had become a saint. He was full of confidence, but he wasn't conceited. Especially after seeing the true form of a young great emperor. He became even more calm. Who is this person? An ancient star domain. A great star that has transformed into the Tao, and he even mentioned ancient heaven. Could it be that he is a great emperor related to the celestial court? Yi Fan's expression was shaken. Only one great emperor? This person came from the primal chaos. After descending, he was incomparably domineering. He punched out with overflowing divine might. His head of black hair was in a mess, dancing in the wind. For an early-stage saint, this power was world-shattering. Yi Fan didn't feel fear. Instead, his blood was boiling. To be able to fight against an ancient great emperor when he was young, at the same level, what regrets would there be? Boom. Without any hesitation, Yi Fan immediately used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to meet this young great emperor's attack. He fought force with force, meeting force with force. He fought against the imposing figure in front of him. A battle between the peak of peerless generation. This was an intense collision that had never been seen since ancient times. A battle between young great emperors. One great emperor, one person. Who exactly was he? Yi Fan's heart trembled. Because at this moment in the battle between the two, he clearly felt a boundless and invincible fist intent. The other party was also using the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Boom. Moments later, the black hair of the person on the other side danced in the wind. Golden blood energy rushed into the sky. It was vast and majestic, exactly the same as his golden blood energy. Chapter 1280. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Golden blood energy rushed into the heavens from the crown of this person's head. Overflowing and tyrannical. This was a type of exceptionally terrifying aura. The golden blood energy scattered the sea of lightning, making the primal chaos explode. This person stood at the pinnacle of the past and present as he stood there, looking down on the heavens. A single person, a great emperor who had just entered the saint realm, displayed this type of divine might. In this cultivation realm, this could be considered world-shattering. Why? Yi Fan said to himself. The person on the other side was just like him, definitely a human race divine body. The implications were too great, simply unimaginable. It was rumored that there had never been a divine body that became an emperor. So why was there a young supreme being before him? If others were here, they would definitely feel their scalps go numb. This toppled everything they knew, breaking common sense. This was a grand event that had never happened since the ancient times. Hong. The person on the other side attacked, his aura unmatched and domineering. His body was tall and sturdy, black hair dancing about chaotically. His eyes were deep, as if millions and millions of stars appeared in his pupils, terrifying beyond compare. This was a confrontation at the peak of their generation. A great battle between two divine bodies. They fought power against power, clashing head-on. Golden blood energy scattered the lightning tribulation. Their battle making heaven and earth collapse and the stellar domain tremble. They were exceptionally brave, their divine might unstoppable. Every single one of them had a domineering spirit. With a single roar, the galaxy moved. Their strong bodies, fluttering black hair, cold eyes, and exuberant golden blood energy could be said to be able to swallow the mountains and rivers. They all brandished the 6 Tao reincarnations fist, displaying this secret technique to the peak, refining it through battle, even closer to their own Tao. This was a great battle between human race saints at the peak. Roar! Yi Fan's fist smashed apart a meteor. Golden fist force overflowed into the heavens, traveling 30,000 li, making the cosmos around him tremble violently, as if it was going to collapse. On the other side, the tall and slender, imposing young supreme being didn't feel any fear, similarly retaliating with the 6 Tao reincarnations fist, shattering the void. Golden blood energy surged, turning the small star in front of him into powder. This was a battle between young supreme beings. Every single strike powerful to an unimaginable level. Every single move contained a myriad of variations and numerous Tao arts. The slightest bit of carelessness would cause one's body and soul to be annihilated, and it was extremely intense. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation fist was an extremely powerful and invincible fist intent. It required an indomitable courage to press forward. In one's heart, one's self was the only sovereign. This was the foundation of being invincible in the world. Their movements were large and powerful, their fist force shocking past and present, their unmatched conviction shattering the sun, moon, and stars. Every single fist descended, stars would tremble, terrifying to the extreme. From afar, the golden blood energy drowned out the entire star domain, making the heavenly tribulation no longer dazzling and only serving as a foil. This was an unprecedented and stunning battle, enough to be recorded in the cultivation history of the Great War of the Saints. When the battle reached its climax, Yi Fan revealed a strange expression. This person was only using the 6 Paths of Reincarnation fist against his enemy, and had no other true meanings. How could this be? The reason why Xiaoqin did not change his technique was because he wanted to see who was stronger. To see who was stronger when using the same secret technique. In the Emperor's Road contest for supremacy, the strong advanced while the weak retreated. Those who believed in invincibility would not avoid it. He's the same as me, even his unmatched fist intent is the same. Yi Fan sensed that something was wrong. At first, he thought that it was a saint physique, but now he revealed a strange expression. He changed his move in an instant, using the battle saint technique to produce a large bell. The bell waves spread far away, shattering a group of meteorites. Rumble. In the boundless sea of lightning, in the depths of the endless primal chaos, a tall and majestic figure descended, blocking the Wuxia bell. A sky-devouring demonic jar appeared above his head, pouring down millions of strands of radiance. The boundless divine might could move the universe. This is... Yi Fan was moved. Could it be that a ruthless person had arrived? However, he soon discovered that he was wrong. This was a young supreme who was using the battle saint technique to oppose him. A second person appeared and fought fiercely with him. The other person temporarily retreated to the side, no longer making a move. Boom. Yi Fan's eyes were cold. Golden lightning pierced through the starry sky. He used the battle saint technique, and an ancient void mirror appeared in front of his brows. It shot out a dazzling immortal light that could illuminate the ages. With a kacha sound, the void collapsed and the sea of lightning retreated. This strike could be said to be unstoppable, its power peerless. For a saint to have such a performance, it could be said to be brilliant. Chang. The person on the other side was neither fast nor slow. An imperial immortal sword rose up behind him, turning into a great dragon. It soared into the sky and hacked apart the past, present, and future. This was the Tai Sovereign sword evolved from the battle saint technique. It was exceptionally sharp, and its offensive power was unparalleled. It sliced apart the everlasting. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. The battle saint technique cultivated by this young supreme being had reached perfection, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. They could only be stronger and not weaker. He fought crazily against this person, continuously using heavy blows. He didn't exchange secret techniques and used the battle saint technique to his heart's content, advancing together at the peak of his generation. Rumble. When the battle of life and death reached its peak, the person on the other side was the same as him. Golden blood energy rushed out from his body, piercing through the sun and moon. Tyrannical and matchless. Saint physique, another saint physique. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. He stopped, and the person on the other side also retreated a few steps. He seriously sized up the two people. How could there be two great emperors with saint physiques? Or could it be that they weren't young great emperors? At this moment, Yi Fan sensed something. His expression was immediately shaken. He didn't say a word and circulated the army formula. Almost at the same time, a third person descended from the depths of the sky. Boom. Yi Fan circulated the army formula to the extreme and attacked forward. The third person made a move to block his path, but the result was the same peerless secret technique. Moreover, this person circulated the army formula to the point of perfection and reached great heights. He used Yi Fan's entire body as a weapon to control his true body. The battle was intense, and the two fought crazily with no thought of personal safety. Yi Fan's harvest was great. In a battle of similar strength and divine techniques, he obtained great enlightenment. At the last moment, this person also rushed out with golden blood energy. Who am I fighting against? Divine light shot out from Yi Fan's eyes. At this moment, he didn't hesitate to use another secret technique to fight against the fourth young Saint Physique. This was a difficult battle. Battle after battle, battle after battle. Yi Fan used every secret technique, and Saint Physiques appeared one after another. Lightning flashed in the starry domain, and battle intent rumbled. The killing intent shook the 9 heavens and rushed down to the 9 underworlds, illuminating the cosmos. Yi Fan was bathed in blood as he fought. His harvest was great. Every secret technique had a Saint Physique that was evolving and reaching the limit. The benefits this brought him were too great, and it was difficult to estimate. It was as if there were several dozen of him, each researching a type of secret technique, and then competing against him to verify and raise the true meaning of this Tao to a deeper level. Am I fighting against myself? Yi Fan gazed into the sky. After who knew how much time had passed, all of his Tao techniques had been completely displayed. All around him, strong and sturdy bodies stood tall and upright, each standing in a corner, surrounding him at the center. Right, it's all me and not an Emperor Saint Physique, Yi Fan said to himself. At this moment, he thought about what heavenly tribulation was, whether or not this world truly had a will, and why this type of thing would happen. The Tao was born from heaven and earth, and the imprints of all types of outstanding individuals were imprinted in the cosmos. He appeared here, and while resisting the heavenly tribulation he appeared. This wasn't inconceivable. Manifesting according to my will. Yi Fan understood some of the truth. He had an unrivaled conviction in his heart that he was the Supreme One, and this never wavered. The heavenly tribulation of this starry domain imprinted the most powerful will, and that was why he appeared. He fought a great battle with different versions of himself, evolving every secret technique. This kind of wondrous effect was indescribable, and it allowed him to clearly understand his shortcomings and strengths. In the end, every single Saint Physique dissipated. There were no Tao marks left behind, and they were annihilated like flying ashes. Dong. Yi Fan ascended into the sky, entering the depths of the sea of lightning step by step. Finally, he encountered a terrifying great enemy here. The young figures of the great ancient emperors appeared. 1, 2, 3, no more, no less. A total of 9 figures, all of them incomparably real. Apart from their faces, their thick hair, their imposing bodies, all of them were so real that they each stood in a corner of the world. He finally arrived at this stage. He couldn't avoid it, but Yi Fan wasn't afraid. On the contrary, his blood surged, and he had an urge to roar towards the sky, to be able to fight against the young ancient emperors at the same cultivation level. Yi Fan had no regrets on the path of cultivation. I never thought that so many great emperors would come here. The great battle erupted, and it was even more dangerous than the 3 slashes of the Tao. The heaven and earth collapsed, ghosts wept and gods howled, and all the lightning tribulations were scattered. Yi Fan had experienced all of this before, and now that he was facing it again, he was naturally incomparably experienced. His past self and Tao self appeared, and they took turns to fight. Even so, he still narrowly escaped death. As soon as the divine restriction appeared, there were immediately people on the other side who reached the divine restriction and retaliated, causing the sun, moon, and stars to change color. Invincible laws, terrifying Taos, all of them appeared at this moment. This was an ancient starry domain, and many great emperors had come here before. Their Tao marks were recorded by the heaven and earth. Great Emperor Wushi, Amitba, Emperor of Fighting, Great Emperor Yuhua, all of them had appeared here before. In this battle, Yi Fan fought until his physical body was shattered, and his primordial spirit was torn into pieces. He narrowly escaped death as he faced the attacks of so many great emperors. The heavens wanted to obliterate him. Since ancient times, no one could fight so many great emperors, not even Venerable Emperor or the undying Heavenly Emperor. This exceeded the limits of an individual. Every great emperor was invincible, and 2 great emperors had never met before. It was also impossible for one to suppress others alone. because the one being suppressed couldn't become an emperor. In this battle, Yi Fan narrowly escaped death, and it was impossible for him to suppress 9 great emperors alone. Survival was victory. The first batch of great emperors and ancient emperors disappeared, and the second batch appeared. It was clear that this starry domain used to be extremely glorious, and many great emperors and ancient emperors came here to pay homage, leaving behind indelible Tao marks. In the end, Yi Fan stood alone in the starry sky. His entire body was covered in blood, and it was unknown just how many times he had been crushed. Even the divine restriction was triggered, but it could only end in such a bloody manner. Every great emperor is invincible. After fighting for a long time, Yi Fan said softly, "The more one understood great emperors, the more one would have this feeling." "I am also invincible," he said softly, his tone calm. After this battle, his willpower and conviction became even firmer, and it was difficult to waver. Surviving the encirclement of 9 young unrivaled great emperors was a miracle. Chapter 1281. The 9 great emperors had disappeared, but the boundless heavenly tribulation and lightning were still there. They rumbled above and shook the boundless starry sky. Yi Fan stood under the sky and calmed his mind. He then ascended into the sky once more. He knew that the heavenly punishment hadn't ended, and that there were still dangers waiting for him to overcome. Kill. A desolate aura assaulted him. It was as if he had arrived at the end of the primordial universe, and witnessed a divine battle from the primeval times. Golden spears, armored horses, and shouts of war shook the heavens. Yi Fan was in the middle of a vast battlefield. It was as if he had arrived before the primeval times. A magnificent army galloped forward, vast and majestic. Countless heavenly soldiers and generals appeared, and there were also numerous ancient watchtowers and enormous palaces towering amidst the chaotic lightning. The primeval celestial court. These words immediately appeared in his mind. His mind trembled violently as if he had truly returned to that era. Countless humanoid lightning bolts rushed over. Were they the heavenly soldiers and generals of the primeval times? Was this the legendary era? In the distance, there were primal chaos deities that could shatter the sun, moon, and stars with their roars. There were true golden crows that moved unhindered above the 9 heavens, fighting continuously in the heavens. The magnificent scrolls and immortal poems were the true portrayal of the battlefield before him. It was incomparable. Ancient people roared and supreme beings roared furiously. The great battle caused the starry river to collapse. There were numerous grand palaces and towering and majestic heavenly watchtowers. They were majestic as they sat in the sky. Immortal mist was hazy and chaotic energy curled about. The ancient buildings were vast and boundless. Countless people were fighting in front of these heavenly palaces. Everything was formed from lightning, and was filled with the aura of the legendary era. Kill. Shouts of war shook the heavens. There were heavenly soldiers and generals everywhere. This was an incomparable great battle. Yi Fan dragged his exhausted and injured body as he was swept inside to carry out the final campaign. A vermilion bird danced across the 9 heavens, spreading its wings and collapsing the starry river. A soaring serpent pierced through the sky and swept past, causing stars to fall. This was a terrifying scene of destruction. Yi Fan was within it, but he didn't retreat. He pressed forward courageously and slaughtered his way forward. His battle blood was boiling, and he was invincible. He had participated in the great battle in front of the ancient heaven, bathing in the blood of countless people, stepping over countless corpses to find his own path of Tao attainment. The human-shaped lightning, the palace-shaped lightning, all of these were vivid and lifelike, as if they were real. In fact, the sight of an ancient sage's head shattering with a single punch was just as vivid. Yi Fan pondered. Were these all existences that had once appeared in the world? Were they recorded by the world in the form of Tao marks? Were they trying to reveal something to the future generations? He fought his way through, searching for his own path. His heart was filled with the belief that he was unrivaled. He soared into the heavens and dove into the earth, moving unhindered for hundreds of thousands of li. He was the sole ruler, slaughtering his way through the boundless wilderness, unable to find any enemies. This was an intense and tragic battle. He charged through thousands upon thousands of soldiers and horses. Yi Fan had just become a saint, but he had already experienced such a great tribulation. This was a great benefit to him in terms of stabilizing his realm. After ascending, he had undergone a precious consolidation. He didn't know how many days and nights had passed. Yi Fan slaughtered until he was completely exhausted. Corpses were everywhere beneath his feet. He charged into the deepest part of the ancient heaven alone. Endless fallen leaves fluttered about, one after another. They were all dyed with blood, carrying a chill, and even more a type of desolation. This was the bleak scene outside the central heavenly palace. There wasn't a single soldier standing guard, only deathly stillness and tranquility. There was even more the eternal sorrow of a glorious desolation. Tribulation ashes covered the ground, accumulating into a thick layer. Even though they were all formed from lightning, they seemed so real. It was as if no one had stepped inside for millions of years. Yi Fan's steps were firm as he walked step by step towards the desolate central heavenly palace. He ascended the stairs and entered the spacious palace hall. He was on guard as he looked towards the supreme throne at the center. His heart was immediately shaken. It wasn't empty. There was a hazy figure there. He was sitting alone, as if he had endured the loneliness of the ages. He was indistinct and indistinct. The galaxy of the universe revolved around him. There was a type of aura that could swallow the vast universe, a supreme spirit that had existed since ancient times. Venerable Emperor. Yi Fan stopped. He dragged his injured body and stood in the central heavenly palace, confronting that dim figure. In the central heavenly palace, in this hall, was there going to be an incomparable battle that shocked past and present? Yi Fan made his preparations. If this was a venerable emperor, then he would definitely be extremely powerful. His strength was unimaginable. Otherwise, how could he control the ancient heaven? Yi Fan was going to face another great test of life and death. Yi Fan's expression was calm, his heart calm. He had an unrivaled belief in himself. He had an aura that could swallow everything. No matter who he faced, he could face them calmly. So what if it really was a venerable emperor? He could fight against him. Yi Fan was fearless. He was independent. This was a type of unshakable, invincible will. He dragged his injured body forward, thinking that he would fight with a venerable sovereign. However, the hazy light dissipated, and no strong cultivators appeared. The venerable emperor from the ancient times dispersed with the wind. He was completely blurry and dim. Has he never appeared here before? Yi Fan said to himself, carrying a bit of frustration, disappointment, and even more regret. What did I see foretell? Did a strand of the venerable emperor's incomplete will guard the last celestial court alone? In the end, he was annihilated in the eternal sorrow. I saw it, but I don't know anything. Boom! Suddenly, an ancient cauldron flew out. It had 3 legs and 2 handles. It was the carrier of the way, suppressing the past, present, and future. As soon as it appeared, it rushed toward the myriad chi cauldron above Yi Fan's head. It collided violently. At the same time, it sprinkled down rays of celestial light, attacking him. It's it, the green cauldron. This is it, in the state when it had just become a divine tool. Yi Fan looked at it in shock. The 2 cauldrons collided. The star field collapsed. Some planets were directly shattered. Wherever it swept through, everything was destroyed. In this world of interweaving lightning, even the green cauldron was imitated and appeared. It was truly world-shocking. The 2 cauldrons continuously collided, fighting an intense battle. After a day and night passed, Yi Fan dragged his exhausted body. An ancient cauldron rose and fell above his head as he charged through the ancient heaven. At this moment, all types of irregular scenes appeared, cutting through this part of the universe. Unfortunately, apart from Longma, there was no one else who witnessed it. These were some of the most terrifying astronomical phenomena since ancient times. What 9-star pearl, 10 suns rising, and others. These were all simple irregular scenes. Primal chaos deities roared, star fields destroyed, and other things were too many to count. The chaos pung shook, sweeping through the 3,000 realms, its ferocity overflowing into the heavens. It's over. Yi Fan climbed to the peak, sitting in front of the sea of primal chaos. He threw the cauldron inside, quietly watching it rise and fall. Immediately, all types of thunder sounded. Primal chaos energy shot in all directions. Kung Chang sounds rang out, sweeping towards this cauldron. At the same time, it poured into Yi Fan's body. In the end, the cauldron was refined with chaotic flames, making the patterns on its surface become even more complex and ever-changing. They were vivid and lifelike, as if they were going to break through the walls. The deity that was born in the cauldron was chanting the ancient scriptures from the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, making this cauldron become more and more solid, simple, and majestic. It was as if it was facing a clear sea of stars in the cosmos. In the end, everything scattered. Only Yi Fan stood alone under the starry sky. A cauldron rose and fell above his head, releasing hundreds of millions of strands of starlight and source energy, making him look indistinct and unreal. Yi Fan's tribulation this time took a long time. 40% of immortals became saints, 10 years of expeditions, 10 years of bloody battles, and 10 years of suppression. Today he broke through to the 3rd level of saints in one go, breaking through 3 levels in succession. If someone was here, they would definitely be petrified. Saints consumed a great deal of energy with every step they took. It was difficult for them to advance even an inch no matter how many years passed. Yet now there was someone who broke through 3 levels as soon as he became a saint. The lightning vanished. Many of the planets in the star region exploded. Only now did everything calm down. Starlight cascaded down, illuminating the entire area. Yi Fan let out a long roar. A sky-covering silver waterfall cascaded down. Boundless starlight cascaded down, condensing towards him, baptizing his body and replenishing his energy consumption. After becoming a saint, one could travel alone in the cosmos and absorb the energy of the void. Yi Fan's entire body was glowing with radiance. He had the power of the astral river, the moonlight, and other divine energies of the universe. After an entire day and night, he finally stopped. His body flowed with a sparkling luster, and his black hair fell like a waterfall. Many divine gates in his body were opened and filled with saint energy. In the center of his brows, a tiny golden figure stepped out. The 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron instantly shrank, and was carried by the tiny golden figure. After that, it flew into his immortal platform and vanished in front of his frontal bone. Everything was perfect. Yi Fan's every movement contained boundless energy. At this moment, he could pluck the stars and capture the moon. This wasn't an illusion. He truly had such power. He had successfully entered the ranks of saints. From now on, he had a qualitative leap. In the distance, Longma's heavenly tribulation had already vanished. However, its transformation hadn't ended and was still ongoing. This caused Yi Fan to feel rather astonished. There was a huge sacred cocoon formed from all sorts of divine chains of order. Other than that, there were also strands of Tao transformation energy entangling there. Longma was wrapped up in the cocoon like a few moons. It revolved around the great star that was constantly intertwining with Tao transformation energy, emitting boundless saint energy. A horse actually learned how to spin a cocoon like a silkworm. This caused people to feel that it was unimaginable. Yi Fan had already become a saint. His eyes were as deep as the ocean. Within them, there were the orbits of stars revolving around him, and the scenes of star regions being destroyed. They were profound and unfathomable as he stared at the cocoon. He knew that Longma had obtained a great fortune that was rarely seen since ancient times. That great star that had transformed into Tao had intertwined with countless divine chains of order and laws. They wrapped around Longma and allowed it to be reborn. After becoming a saint, its power would be unfathomable. After a few more days, the large cocoon exploded. Longma's entire body was covered in flames. Sacred flames surged and danced about. The horse galloped through the starry sky, emitting terrifying sounds akin to landslides and tsunamis. "I've broken through." A woof roar. It was unknown whether it was a horse, a dragon, or a wolf. All sorts of howls and howls rang out continuously to express the excitement in its heart. "I've broken through 2 levels in succession. This is rarely seen since ancient times. Who can contend against me?" Longma roared. After becoming a saint, its natural disposition was difficult to change, and its frivolous nature was completely revealed. However, after seeing Yi Fan, it was immediately stunned. It couldn't help but cry out, Is there any justice in this world? This one almost transformed into the Tao and narrowly escaped death to obtain the Tao fruit I have today. I'm actually one level lower than you. Let's go back. Yi Fan rose into the air and sat on its back. He held a black golden spear in his hand and shattered the cosmos with a single strike. He entered the archaic Taoist rite. In front of the plaza of the human race's second sacred city, the 12 doors opened one after another. Ku Tuchuo Mu Guanghan, Tuobayu, Uyemo, Yuxian, and the others came out one after another. As for Di Tian's subordinates, the 6 ancient saints all stood coldly in the distance, watching the exit. They had already come out in advance and were quietly waiting here. The leader of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland, Gu Ling, urged the silver sacred wolf to step through the sky and gallop out. Following him was a large group of cultivators who returned to the ancient city one after another. Among them, a young man with a sinister gaze followed a few old men behind him. They all gazed into the distance as if they were waiting for something. The young man in the middle was precisely Yan Qifeng. He had used the death substitution technique to escape the calamity in the archaic Taoist rite. The second leader of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland, Yi Wuhuan, urged the sacred beast Azure Dragon to arrive in an instant. He spoke to Yan Qifeng in a low voice with similarly cold eyes. An hour later, the 12 doors closed, and no one came in or out. Everyone was startled. Yi Fan actually didn't come out. His performance spoke for itself. Could it be that someone as powerful as him had fallen inside? The time has come. Close the Tao rite. Commander Yuhan ordered. There is still a seated contestant named Yi Fan who hasn't come out. Logically, he shouldn't have fallen inside. Commander should use the Tao mirror to shine immortal light to see if he has fallen or not before making a decision, an old man said. He was an expert under the guide. There's no need. Commander Yu's expression was cold. This, according to the rules, we need to use the Tao realm to check before we can close the exit. Otherwise, if someone doesn't die and is locked in the Tao rite, the consequences will be unthinkable. If the sacred beast king awakens, those who can't leave in time will most likely die. Close the dojo. Commander Yu Hong coldly gave the order. The 12 doors closed with a rumble, sealing the world behind them in nothingness. Dead. In the end, you're dead. If you can't survive, you're nothing. Guanqing laughed coldly. His Tao heart had stabilized. With a kind of indifference, he faced the 12 doors and coldly said, "The winner takes all. If you die here, when the Tao rite opens again next year, you'll be nothing more than a pile of dung." What are you saying? Ruiwei glared at him. I'm only speaking the cruel truth. Guanqing coldly replied. Hong. Suddenly, a world-shattering sound rang out. One of the doors collapsed. A man in a mount jumped with divine flames, charging over like a war god, shaking the heavens. What? He came out. Everyone was shocked. That man and mount were surrounded by divine light. They were as brilliant as the sun, blazing like immortal flames. Rumbling sounds rang out as they stepped through the doors, directly charging out. Their divine might was matchless. Yi Fan held a black spear in one hand, galloping over. He was like an immortal king descending into the lower realm, shocking everyone. This was especially the case for Guancheng, who was right in front of him. When he saw this scene, he was even more alarmed. Just now he was still mocking, but now he saw the main character slaughter his way out. His heart was filled with unwillingness, subconsciously raising the bronze dagger axe forward. This was a type of hostility, a type of unwillingness. It was completely an instinctive action. Such a peerless great emperor hadn't died and had come out in such a domineering manner. This left him hateful and helpless. When Yi Fan saw this scene, his spear pierced over. Longma's hooves thundered, shaking everyone's minds. Clang! The bronze dagger axe shattered. Yi Fan rushed over, divine light shooting out in tens of thousands of streaks. Guanqing cried out loudly, unable to block it all. He was pierced through by the spear, dripping with blood. He was lifted up by Yi Fan single-handedly, suspending him in midair. Everyone's hearts were filled with shock. It was just too fast. From the moment Guancheng revealed his hostility and subconsciously attacked, to when Yi Fan's spear pierced out, everything happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint. A peerless spear. Yi Fan flicked his hand, throwing the spear out. It drew out a terrifying trajectory, flying along with Guan Cheng. With a zhung sound, it landed in front of the great commander Yu Han. Blood splattered in all directions. The black spear trembled, nailing Guan Cheng to the ground. Blood splashed out, landing on the great commander's feet. The scene was deathly silent. Chapter 1282. The entire place was deathly silent. The spear point was dripping with blood. It was a ghastly sight as it stabbed into the bluestone ground. The thick and ice-cold spear shaft gently trembled, nailing Guan Cheng into a pool of blood. Blood flowed along the spear shaft. This scene made everyone feel a chill run down their backs. A wave of coldness rushed from the soles of their feet to their skulls. Blood splashed high into the air, dyeing the bluestone ground red. It even landed on the great commander's clothes, bright red and dazzling. What did this signify? Everyone shivered inwardly. The entire plaza was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. No one said anything. Everyone looked towards Yi Fan. What did he want to do? This was a type of powerful provocation. The ice-cold spear stabbed into the ground beside the great commander. It was less than 2 feet long and almost pierced through him. At this moment, the black spear shaft was still trembling, cold and dazzling. The bloody scene made everyone shiver. They felt as if they were experiencing it themselves. A wave of coldness spread through their bodies. This was a stunning spear, but it was also a bloody spear. This was a powerful intimidation. The oppressive atmosphere made everyone feel like they were suffocating. Yi Fan stood on his horse, not moving at all. It was just a single strike, yet he killed an extraordinary trial taker. This made everyone shiver in fear. The scene was deathly silent. Guan Cheng was nailed into a pool of blood, not moving at all. Blood flowed everywhere. Audacious! You dare behave atrociously in the human race's holy city and offend the great commander. Finally, an old soldier shouted, breaking the silence. Only now did everyone recover. They all began to discuss among themselves. Yi Fan was too powerful and incisive. He had just appeared, yet he already did such a thing. Blood splashed over the great commander of the human race's holy city, displaying his martial prowess. This was truly daring. Several old soldiers walked up, holding bronze spears or longswords. They pointed at Yi Fan, revealing biting cold killing intent. Wang. The black spear stabbed into the ground trembled, releasing dazzling light. It left the ground inch by inch, pulling itself out on its own. It left Guan Cheng's body on the ground, blood gushing out. No matter where you come from, no matter what kind of identity you have, using force in the human race's holy city is against the city's rules. It is the same as becoming enemies with all the experts on the human race's ancient road of trials. A soldier shouted. Puff. Suddenly, a bloody light flew up. That black spear was like a black dragon. With a swing, it pierced through that person's forehead. Blood splattered everywhere. He's rebelling, killing people in the city, refusing to obey the restrictions of the starry sky ancient path. He will be viewed as a traitor of the human race. Everyone, attack together and kill him in front of everyone. Everyone will be rewarded. The leader of the soldiers under the great commander shouted. His voice was stern, his voice ringing through half of the ancient city. He placed a huge hat on Yi Fan, saying that his intentions were worthy of death. If such a crime was confirmed, they would be attacked by all the forces in the ancient city. As the commander of the army beside Yu Han, he was naturally not a pushover. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he shouted, "Take him down!" Hum! The void collapsed. The black spear shook, collapsing the space in all directions. It swept out, shattering the bronze swords of a row of soldiers, and then it hacked at this captain. Yi Fan's weapon changed automatically. Although it was a long spear, at this time, it was like a heavenly sword. The spear tip was sharp and cold, and the blood grooves on it flowed with a terrifying dark red luster. It emitted strange whistling sounds, as if a demon was crying. You dare to resist and become the enemy of the entire human race. This captain roared, his expression ferocious. He called for everyone to charge forward, but his words came to an abrupt halt. The black spear slashed out a blinding bolt of lightning, cutting him in half. The spear point slashed down from his forehead, and a bloody crack extended all the way to his legs. Then, with a puff, blood sprayed out several feet. The two halves of his body were separated, and his corpse lay on the ground. The others were splashed with blood, and they all felt a bone-chilling killing intent. They all stopped at the same time. Yi Fan, what do you want to do? Great Commander Yuhan shouted. Yi Fan sat upright on the back of his horse, not moving at all. Only when the several restless soldiers had been eliminated did he coldly say, "What do I want to do? Didn't you see it for yourself? I am eliminating the scum of the human race for this city." The moment I arrived, he immediately put on the label of being the common enemy of the human race. Does he think he is the law, the emperor, the Tao? What are you saying? The group of soldiers behind him roared, all of them surging with killing intent. They stood beside Great Commander Yuhan, quietly waiting for his orders. All of them had unkind expressions. Yi Fan made the first move. The ice-cold spear transformed into a black dragon that danced in the air like lightning. Puff-puff sounds rang out incessantly as it pierced through the soldiers who had just stepped out, causing them to fall into a pool of blood. Even though these people were very strong, and they also tried to counterattack, their weapons were all shattered. Every one of them had their bodies pierced by the spear, dying a violent death. Stop! Do you really want to become the enemy of the entire human race on the starry ancient road? Great Commander Yuhan coldly asked. He was actually able to keep his composure, and did not attack. How can killing scum of the human race be considered as becoming the enemy of the entire starry ancient road? Yi Fan coldly said. With a wave of his hand, the black spear flew back into his hand. He immediately held it horizontally, which was even more intimidating. They are the soldiers of the city, yet they were killed by you for no reason. The envoy will not tolerate you and will personally suppress and kill you. The great commander shouted. His voice was like a bolt of lightning, arcing across the sky and rushing in the direction of the city lord manor. Obviously, he wanted to alarm the envoy and have him come out to preside over the situation. He himself could not see through Yi Fan's depth, so he did not want to act on the spot. Are they even worthy of being called the soldiers of the human race's holy city? Yi Fan sneered coldly. His face was filled with mockery, and there was even a wave of undisguised killing intent. A soldier righteously shouted, "You unscrupulously killed people in the city, thinking that your achievements are world-shocking. You need to know that there are many experts in the world, and there will be people who will suppress you. Moreover, you have no right to slander us." Did you hear that? Great Commander Yuhan coldly said. Are you worthy of being called soldiers? You dare to say that you have no right? Yi Fan pointed his spear forward. Wherever the spear pointed, the expressions of these people changed. I was just about to ask Great Commander for guidance. Yi Fan's voice became cold. I was comprehending the Tao in the archaic Taoist rite, so why was I surrounded and attacked by more than 10 soldiers? As soon as these words were spoken, the soldiers' expressions changed. The other trial takers were also shocked. To think that something like this actually happened. They were even more certain that Yi Fan was going to cause a huge ruckus. I don't understand. Who are these soldiers you speak of? Why did they enter the Taoist rite? Could it be that they were transformed from the demonic beasts? Great Commander Yuhan calmly said. I also don't understand. Why are the soldiers not protecting the ancient city, but entering the Taoist rite to kill us trial takers? Yi Fan's expression was cold. Then he shouted loudly. I don't understand. Why are these people who surrounded me all standing behind you? His voice was like thunder, shaking the entire ancient city. The rumbling sound caused everyone's hearts to tremble. This was a type of Tao shout. Yi Fan was questioning the great commander. The great commander waved his hand and said, I think you are mistaken. These are all my soldiers and they have never left. They protect the holy city of the human race and have worked hard. Each of them is worthy of respect. They are all heroes of the human race. Why would they go to the Taoist rite to kill you? Please don't pour dirty water on them. When he said these words, he was full of righteousness and was filled with a kind of majesty. His words resonated with the great Tao and rumbled out. Yi Fan laughed in disdain. This kind of majesty was too cheap. It was so fake that it could no longer be described as vile. It made people feel the shamelessness of the great commander. What are you laughing at? The holy city of the human race won't tolerate your impudence, Great Commander Yuhan said. However, he still didn't plan on personally taking action. In front of him, more than 10 soldiers were facing a great enemy. They all held their weapons and looked at Yi Fan. They were all prepared to fight to the death. Of course, stalling for time was the best choice. If the guide envoy arrived, the deterrence would be even greater. That old monster had cultivated for so many years. His strength should be extraordinary, and no one in the city could match him. Huh? Yi Fan laughed without the slightest scruple. From the great commander's point of view, this was truly incomparably arrogant. He was mocking them in front of everyone. Your righteousness really makes people fall down from a distance of 10 zhang. Fine, I will kill them one by one in front of you and give you a chance to spread your righteousness, shouted Yi Fan. Long Ma roared and turned into a streak of fiery light. He was inconceivably fast. A streak of scarlet multicolored lightning rushed over. He stabbed forward with his spear in one hand. Chong. It was only a single spear, but more than 10 weapons were all shattered. With a pu sound, a person's chest was pierced through. He was lifted into the air and fixed there. Then, with a prung sound, this soldier's body split into pieces. Scarlet blood splashed out in all directions. Some of the blood landed in front of the great commander. Everyone's expressions changed. It was only a single spear, but it destroyed everyone's weapons and killed one person at the same time. Great Commander Yuhan's expression changed. He could naturally tell that Yi Fan was doing this on purpose. He wanted to kill his subordinates one by one in front of him for him to see. It was the same as slapping his mouth in front of everyone. Chi. Yi Fan blasted this person apart. A strand of divine will appeared at the tip of the spear. The scene of this soldier taking action in the archaic Tao right instantly reappeared, revealing the truth. Pooh. Yi Fan's spear stabbed out a second time. No matter how these people resisted or dodged, it was still unavoidable. A second person's forehead was pierced through and he was killed in midair. His body was dripping with blood and couldn't move at all. At the same time, a strand of divine wool flew out. It also replayed the scene of him taking action in the archaic Tao right, and displayed it in front of everyone. Great Commander Yuhan's face was ashen. With a chong sound, a sacred banner rose up behind him. Its might was vast and mighty, swallowing the heavens and earth as it fluttered about. Yi Fan was taking evidence in front of everyone. This was an undisguised humiliation. The ugly side of the so-called protector of the land was exposed, making it hard for him to say anything. Meanwhile, these soldiers' faces were all deathly pale. Yi Fan's strength exceeded their expectations. It was just too terrifying. Even though they had more people, they still had no way of controlling him. What else do you have to say? Yi Fan shouted deafeningly. The entire human race's holy city began to shake. Everyone was stupefied. Then there was an uproar. At this moment, everything indicated that Yi Fan was going to cause a great disturbance in the city and completely shed all pretense of cordiality. Ku Tuchuo Mu Guanghan, Tuobayu, Uye Mo Yu Xian, and the others' expressions all changed. Everything that happened today exceeded their expectations. None of them could calm down. The second leader of the 13 Heavenly Wasteland Cavalry's expression was even colder. He didn't say a single word as he stood beside Yin Qifeng. Fairy Qingshi and her little maid Yu were also present. Their expressions were calm, and without worry as they quietly watched everything. Chong. The great commander took action. The demonic energy of the great banner in his hand overflowed into the heavens. With a light shake, the entire banner covered the sky and enveloped towards Yi Fan. He shouted, "Evildoer, you used a magical technique to deceive everyone. Today you will be eliminated." Yi Fan laughed loudly and said, "Are you desperate? Today, I will kill all of you." Chapter 1283. The great commander wore a violet gold crown on his head, a pair of dragon shears on his back, and a golden banner in his hand. His entire body was like an ocean, surging and spreading outwards. He pointed at Yi Fan and coldly said, "You used a magical technique to reveal the so-called truth to deceive everyone. This is incomparably despicable. This kind of trick can't be put on the table, and I can immediately break it after capturing you. Do you think everyone in the world can be bullied? It's already so obvious. Yet you are still looking for excuses. Trying to cover up something makes it even more obvious. Shameless. Yi Fan berated. For everyone in the city, this was like heavenly thunder shaking the world. As the great commander, he was one of the few people with the greatest authority in the ancient city apart from the envoy. Normally, who dared to go against him? Capture this fiend and restore our innocence. The remaining soldiers shouted. All of them gripped their weapons and surged with blood energy. They wanted to fight to the death. They already had no way out. Only by killing Yi Fan would they have a chance to make a comeback. Otherwise, it would be impossible for today's matter to end peacefully. For people to live as shamelessly as you all can also be considered a type of realm. Don't you all feel guilty when saying these words? Sure enough, all of you are cruel and unscrupulous. Yi Fan coldly said while pointing the spear in his hand forward. You slandered our innocence, and you relied on your divine abilities to produce a so-called divine will to deceive everyone. Only by killing your true body and observing your primordial spirit can we wash away our grievances. What are you all waiting for? Kill. A group of people slaughtered their way forward. Of course, this time, they didn't dare to face them head-on. They laid down an ancient formation with the great commander at the forefront. Hong. A golden banner unfurled downwards, overflowing with holy might. The banner's surface covered heaven and earth, containing the sun, moon, and stars. It was as if a true universe was pressing down from the sky. This was a golden sacred banner, and the materials used made even the great sage envious. It was refined from the divine sand of the starry river. Back then, the great commander Yuhan wanted to use this type of divine material to exchange for the origin of the Tao. This kind of thing was very difficult to collect. Even though the galaxy was endless, it was unknown how many star fields one had to travel through in order to collect one tael of divine sand. This was something condensed from starlight. The golden holy banners fluttered about. They weren't all made of this material. There were other materials as well. Strand after strand of aura seeped out, weighing down to the point where the entire ancient city looked like it was going to collapse. Yi Fan smiled coldly. He raised one arm and grabbed at the flag with his bare hands. He was not afraid of the overwhelming power of the Star River. All of the holy energy was scattered, rolling back in reverse, rushing into the great banner. That was a vast star domain, a boundless world. Inside, all types of auspicious energy surged, multicolored light released in tens of thousands of streaks, as if they were flying immortal radiance, dazzling to the point where one couldn't open their eyes. Void shackles. The commander shouted. Inside the great banner was a starry world. This was originally forged from the divine sand of the starry river, so it naturally produced this type of wondrous effect, forming a world of its own. It wanted to imprison Yi Fan within the banner. However, no matter how many divine abilities there were and how many Tao methods there were, Yi Fan only released a fist. All of the magical force, endless Tao methods, and other things were useless, continuously destroyed. The so-called shackles could only make the world inside the banner become still, but it couldn't truly lock Yi Fan in place. He was like a human-shaped barbaric dragon that appeared in this world, valiant and unstoppable. The great commander was shocked. He released a light shout from his mouth, fiercely shaking the great banner. An even more terrifying scene appeared. Hong. On the surface of the golden banner, ancient stars appeared one after another, and then they rushed out, slowly revolving, suppressing Yi Fan below, rumbling with noise. Everyone was horrified. Right at this moment, the ancient stars in the sky were boundless, filling the heavens. They were extremely close, within reach. A wave of boundless might appeared in everyone's hearts, difficult to resist. This was the might of the ancient stars that rushed out from the great golden banner. Kacha. Shattering sounds rang through the air. Yi Fan brandished his fist, smashing apart the ancient stars one after another. They exploded in the void, causing the entire great golden banner to tremble, as if it was about to fall apart. The great commander Yuhan's expression changed. He had previously investigated in detail. Before Yi Fan entered the archaic Tao rite, he was only a half-saint, so how could he be so powerful now? He was sure that no one was crossing tribulation in the Tao rite this time, because he controlled a Tao mirror that was born in this space. He could sense the situation inside, and the other party shouldn't have broken through. Yet he was so terrifying right now. An intense collision occurred. The great golden banner flashed with lightning and thunder. Tens of thousands of starry rivers poured down, boundless like a waterfall, vigorous like the 9 heavens of the archaic era, shaking everyone until their blood and chi surged. It was as if this place was about to be submerged. This was a type of heaven and earth phenomenon, one that shocked the mind. However, even like this, the sacred banner was unable to obliterate that great hand. One could clearly see the starry rivers shattering in front of Yi Fan's palm, turning into resplendent starry splendor. With a ripping sound, Yi Fan tore off half of the banner. The phenomena that filled the sky disappeared, and peace was restored. The great commander's face alternated between green and white. He held a broken banner in his hand, yet half of it had been torn off by Yi Fan. This was simply unimaginable. A group of shameless bastards. I'll send you all on your way one by one, Yi Fan coldly said. His eyes shone with divine light, and in that instant he activated the army formula. The great banner in the great commander's hand turned upside down, almost injuring himself. Clang, clang, behind the great commander. The soldiers that laid down the ancient killing formation all felt their hearts palpitate. They all hacked down with their weapons, causing clanging sounds to ring through the air. With a pu sound, a miserable cry rang out. One of the soldiers' bronze swords cut off his own head, and his origin spirit was also destroyed. The ancient pagoda above the other person's head fell down, smashing his own bones and tendons, turning him into a bloody paste. Dang! The great bell rumbled. An old soldier had long become a saint. The great bell floating above his head rang out in a drawn-out manner. The sound waves blasted several people in front of him into a bloody mist, killing them all. Yi Fan's killing intent surged, and he almost instantly wiped out these soldiers. Only 2 people survived, and they were forcefully brought away by the great commander. However, they only died a moment too late. Yi Fan lightly shouted and used the Dao shout. The 2 people turned into 2 lumps of mud in the hands of the great commander. Their bones, flesh, and blood melted at the same time. You're acting viciously in the human race's holy city. Are you not afraid that the enforcers of the ancient path will descend and kill you? Great Commander Yuhan shouted. Why weren't you afraid when you sent these soldiers into the primeval Taoist rite to kill me and plunder the origin of the Tao? Yi Fan asked. I asked the envoy to take action and suppress this monster. The great commander shouted loudly. His voice was extremely loud, making the walls of the ancient city tremble with wang-wang sounds. At this moment, everyone was full of shock. Yi Fan killed people on the streets, completely wiping out the dozen or so soldiers protecting the city. He even forced the great commander to this step. However, everyone was also shocked. Things developed to this point, yet the envoy actually didn't show himself. The great commander had no choice but to directly call out and ask for help. Great Commander Yuhan became an ancient saint 2,400 years ago. I never expected that he would fail today. It is rumored that he might have entered the ranks of the 5 immortal saint kings. Could it be that this is false? There were people discussing, all of them emotionally moved. I swear on my honor that what I said is not false. The great commander has almost reached the level of the 5 immortal saint kings. Even if he truly hasn't reached it yet, he still has 1 foot in. Everyone was moved. How powerful was Yi Fan? To be able to fight against a great commander of this cultivation realm and force him back, it was truly terrifying. Murder. The cultivator named Yi Fan has rebelled. Everyone, let's kill him together. I asked the envoy to take action and suppress him. Someone secretly shouted, trying to incite everyone. Yi Fan's cold eyes were like lightning. He suddenly turned around, passing through the wall of people. The endless sun, moon, and stars rose and fell within his eyes. They were deep and boundless, instantly penetrating through everything. 6 figures stood side by side, hidden within the sea of people. However, how could they avoid Yi Fan's spiritual senses? They were precisely Tion's 6 subordinates. These 6 weren't humans. They had previously entered the archaic Tao rite to surround and kill Yi Fan, wishing to seize his Tao origin. They were all incomparably arrogant, their words insolent. They believed that he couldn't verify the Tao and should follow at Tion's side. Right now, they were taking advantage of the chaos to stir things up. A cold snort sounded, shaking everyone's hearts. The envoy had come out of isolation. With so many people calling out for him, it would be inexcusable if he still didn't appear. However, from his slow movements, it was clear that he was dissatisfied with the great commander and the others. Otherwise, he wouldn't have watched as more than 10 soldiers were killed. Yi Fan's expression changed. The envoy was powerful after all. He was definitely at the peak of Immortal 5, at the peak of the Saint King, about to enter the ranks of Immortal 6 Great Sage. He was on the same level as Big Dipper's 9 Phoenix King, Qilin Heavenly King, and others. When the envoy arrives, let's see how you act viciously, Great Commander Yuhan said, pretending to be calm. With a swing of his sleeves, he turned around to leave. Did I say you could leave? Yi Fan said. He took a step out, blocking his path. Everyone was shocked. The envoy was about to appear, yet he still dared to act like this. He was truly reckless. A dragon cry sounded. The dragon shears on Great Commander Yuhan's back flew out, turning into an expanse of blazing immortal light. A true dragon and a flood dragon interweaved, cutting towards him murderously. Yi Fan reached out his hand, and with a pung sound, directly grabbed the resplendent Dao shears. He wanted to subdue it, but the deity in the Dao weapon didn't obey. His hands exerted force, and with a kacha sound, this divine artifact was forcibly broken, unable to injure his flesh in the slightest. Everyone was stupefied. Just how terrifying was his physical body to be able to produce such a scene? Then, the space between Yi Fan's brows flashed, and a small cauldron flew out. It quickly enlarged, releasing strand after strand of source energy. The stars moved, arriving above the great commander's head in an instant. He activated the cauldron, not to stop the dragon shears, but to suppress and kill the enemy. He feared that something unexpected would happen, allowing Yuhan to escape. Hongwang. The heavens fell and the earth split apart. 10,000 astral Daos flowed down from the myriad chi cauldron, millions and millions of strands of source energy. Inside was a cosmic sea of stars, and there was even a vermilion bird attacking the 3,000 realms, primal chaos deities roaring, and other things. It immediately sucked Yuhan inside. The starry sea within the cauldron surged. With a light tremble, it turned upside down. The mouth of the cauldron rushed downwards, and a clump of tribulation ash drifted down. Great Commander Yuhan actually died, turning into a pile of dust. Even if Great Commander Yuhan didn't become a Saint King, he was close to it. Yet he died just like that. Just how powerful is this cultivator named Yi Fan? Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Needless to say, from today onwards, everyone knew that among this batch of trial takers in the city, there was most likely no one who could contend against Yi Fan. The myriad chi cauldron flew back. Source energy descended, and 10,000 spirits appeared. Streams of astral Daos protected Yi Fan below. He rose into the air, walking through the void, directly chasing in a certain direction. There were 6 figures there, and all of their expressions changed. They didn't want to be discovered, so they immediately crossed the void. At the same time, Fairy Qingshi appeared, wanting to block Yi Fan's path. Boom! The myriad chi cauldron flew out, smashing forward. The void collapsed and 2 people were blasted out. Their bodies were badly mutilated, and the descending source energy broke their bones. With a loud cry, they turned into 2 blasts of bloody mist. Chapter 1284. Everyone was alarmed. The power of this cauldron was too great. Just the strands of source chi it released were enough to crush 2 saints. How majestic was this ancient cauldron? This is the source chi of all things. It's an immortal material that even ancient emperors would find difficult to obtain. He actually forged it into a cauldron. It's said that 200,000 years ago, a stunning woman obtained this item, but didn't have the time to forge it. Could it have fallen into his hands in the end? The cauldron had 3 legs and 2 handles. On it, there were the sun, moon, stars, birds, beasts, flowers, birds, fish, insects, vermilion birds, ancient people. All kinds of creatures existed, vivid and lifelike. Primal chaos pervaded the air, shocking everyone. Such a cauldron affected everyone's heart, especially the trial takers who walked the ancient path. They were extremely confident in themselves, so they were naturally moved when they saw a Tao weapon that only ancient emperors could possess. But who dared to go forward now? Yi Fan had even killed the commander of the human race's second sacred city. This was a madman who didn't care about anything. No one dared to go forward to snatch the cauldron. In a sense, the illustrious reputation was earned through fighting. Do you want to take action for them? Yi Fan held the dark golden spear in his hand. Above his head floated the source chi cauldron. Tens of thousands of strands of holy radiance surged violently. It wasn't easy for these people to become saints. I don't know why Brother Yi wants to take their lives, so I came to ask, said Fairy Qingshi. Her steps were light and graceful like a fairy. Her black eyebrows were curved, and her eyes contained an indescribable spirituality. They aren't trial takers, nor are they humans, but they entered the primordial Taoist right to kill me. Is this reason enough? Asked Yi Fan. Everyone gasped. 6 ancient saints entered the rite together, but Yi Fan was able to avoid their attacks. Just this point alone was enough for him to walk proudly on the ancient path. The 6 of them weren't humans. Needless to say, they were definitely led in by the commander Yuhan. The other trial takers felt a lingering fear. If these people targeted them, would they be able to escape? At this moment, everyone was biased towards Yi Fan because the commander had seriously broken the rules. There's actually such a thing. Fairy Qingshi frowned and sighed. Like a fairy, she retreated to the side. Her figure was tall and slender, and her skin was like ice and jade. Her skin was as white as jade, and her beautiful eyes carried a type of quick-wittedness. Her hair was like silk, and she was beautiful and dazzling. No matter if it was friend or foe, everyone had no choice but to admit that this woman's bearing was extraordinary, ethereal, and otherworldly. She was like an exiled immortal as her white clothes fluttered in the wind, and she possessed an indescribable spiritual charm. Many people felt regretful. They thought that Fairy Qingshi, who had been known as the top cultivator 20 years ago, would make a move. They didn't think that there would be no conflict. On the side, the little maid Ling, Er's large eyes roamed about. Her eyes were clearly black and white, carrying a crafty radiance. She couldn't guess what was going on. She muttered softly, "How did he become so strong?" Yi Fan scanned his surroundings. Unfortunately, he couldn't find the remaining 4. However, they shouldn't have left the city yet. It would be very troublesome to travel through space. Let's end it here. An aged voice transmitted over. Only at this moment did the people discover that the envoy had appeared. It was a blurry figure that stood coldly on the plaza. Beneath his feet was a bloodstain. The great commander and a dozen or so soldiers were all corpses here. The dripping bloodstains were shocking to the eye. The envoy only appeared at this time, and it clearly indicated some problems. As a peak Saint King, the envoy could definitely look down on the entire city. No one would question his prestige. No matter what, his will couldn't be defied. What a pity. After cultivating for so many years, he only had 1 foot in the Saint King realm. In the end, he was blinded by greed, and even after death he carried a bad name on his back. The envoy sighed softly and scattered a few pure white flowers. A gentle breeze blew past, and the corpses and bloodstains on the ground all disappeared. No one said anything. Yi Fan was the same. He had used his actions to achieve this step. This was already the most intense protest, and there was no need to say anything more. On the ancient starry path, none of the commanders guarding the training grounds are allowed to have selfish motives. Otherwise, there will be law enforcers suppressing and killing them, said the envoy. In the end, he wasn't able to truly endanger everyone. Let's just let him use his death to apologize for his crimes. I wonder if everyone can accept this? Said the envoy. Everyone naturally wouldn't bicker over this. In reality, they were going to leave soon. Offending an envoy was unwise, and it would only bring unhappiness to themselves. However, the victim, Yi Fan, didn't want things to end like this. He calmly said, "There are 6 foreign races that actually dared to brazenly enter the archaic Taoist rite to surround and kill me. They are still in the city, so I asked the envoy to suppress and kill them. The holy city has already been locked down. No one can leave now." After saying this, the envoy disappeared from his original location. It was actually quite abrupt. Many people revealed strange expressions. The envoy's words and actions were quite profound. He didn't personally suppress and kill the foreign races, and instead only said these words. The foreign races entering the human training grounds wasn't a small matter. Even though it was because of Yuhan and he was already dead, how could the 6 foreign races not be punished? It was a bit unjustifiable. However, the envoy also mentioned that the holy city had already been locked down, and no one could leave. This meant that these foreign races couldn't escape. What did this mean? The envoy is a bit apprehensive. A few people quickly came to this conclusion. When everyone spoke softly, they all believed this to be the case. They were all shocked. How could the envoy feel apprehension? What kind of power was this? Yi Fan thought for a bit, and then he suddenly raised his head to look at Fairy Qingshi. Didn't Fairy Qingshi return from the starry sky ancient path ahead, and return to this city? Everyone's hearts moved, and they were all shaken. This was indeed the crucial point. Only an outstanding talent like Fairy Qingshi was rewarded with a divine light platform that allowed her to move freely on the ancient path. Weren't these 6 people together with her? Everyone's first impression was the strongest, and they thought that they were together. Now it seemed like there might be other paths. Sure enough, Fairy Qingshi shook her head and said, "They didn't come together with me." Many people were greatly shaken. There was actually someone who could return freely and bring 6 foreign races into this city. This was a major event, yet no one knew about it. Didn't they return together with Fairy Qingshi? I once saw them appear in your residence, and I thought they were your retainers, the Feather Immortal said mockingly. According to the rules, unless one started all over again, they couldn't reappear in the trial grounds that they had passed before. Those who could freely go back and forth on the starry sky paths were all extraordinary people, and they had to obtain the divine light platform. Many people looked at each other in dismay. Many people had heard of the name Ditian, and their hearts trembled. They immediately thought of him. Could it be that this person had also returned? If anyone finds traces of those foreign races, tell me. I will definitely reward you handsomely. Yi Fan left on Longma, and before he left behind these words. Everyone knew that he wanted to kill the foreign race experts in the city. This was truly domineering. No matter who the 6 people returned with, he would kill them. Yan Qifeng revealed a hint of coldness at the corner of his mouth. He sat upright on the ancient beast and watched him leave into the distance. The second leader of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland, Yi Wuhuan, noticed this expression and said, "I really wonder what kind of person has come to the city. Could it be that the Yi surnamed wants to fight with someone who has the divine light platform?" Yan Qifeng revealed a mocking expression and said, "There are some people he can't afford to provoke. What is there to be arrogant about? One day, I will kill him and avenge my brothers." The third leader of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland said with unforgettable hatred. Of the 13 steeds, only Gu Ling, Yi Wuhuan, and him were left. The 3 leaders were alive, and the others were all dead. In the distance, Yi Fan suddenly turned around. A large bow was drawn, and a bone arrow emitted pure white holy light. It left the bowstring and let out a terrifying sound like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of gods. Woo! Everyone's expressions changed. No one expected Yi Fan to act like this. He really had no scruples at all. Pfft! The third leader of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland did not dodge the arrow at all. More than 10 defensive artifacts were damaged, and he was still shot dead. Ah! Accompanied by a miserable scream, blood splattered everywhere. His entire body exploded, and broken bones and flesh fell everywhere, splashing onto Yan Qifeng's body. "If you want to kill me, then come," Yi Fan said coldly. He then urged Longma to leave, leaving behind a majestic and tall figure. This scene made all the heroes shiver, and their guts trembled. A seed rank expert was shot dead on the streets. Yi Fan was truly domineering to the extreme. Isn't he afraid of being suppressed by the city lord? This time he really violated the city's rules, someone said in bewilderment. The great commander once sent people to the primordial Taoist rite to kill him. This has long since violated the rules. In this city, the envoys and the others all feel guilty and won't be punished. Someone saw through the essence of the problem. The second leader of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland gritted his teeth. Of the 13, only he and Guling were left. The others were all killed by Yi Fan's men. And now he had a disagreement with the great commander Guling, and had temporarily parted ways. Brother Yan, you were once killed by him in the primordial Taoist rite, and you relied on the death substitution art to escape. Are we just going to let it go like this? Asked the second leader Yi Wuhuan. It's fine if he obediently goes on his way, but if he dares to come over recklessly, he'll definitely be courting death. Even the gods won't be able to save him. Yan Qifeng said coldly. Yi Fan sat cross-legged in his residence and meditated for an entire night, comprehending the various differences after becoming a saint. Only on the second day did he open his eyes, and they were even more resplendent than the first rays of dawn. I found them. I saw those foreign race members. It was that brat Rui Wei who found them. They're actually in Yan Qifeng's clan, and they've just moved in. Early in the morning, the Feather Immortal came. She had bright eyes and white teeth. She was lively and energetic, and her appearance was sweet. She blinked her large eyes and ran in to tell him this important news. Rui Wei was at the back, and she forced her way in. Brother Yi, don't go. They clearly have nothing to fear. Even the guide is very apprehensive, which means that their background is great. Don't take the risk. Rui Wei advised. No matter, I'll go take a look. Yi Fan said, not afraid at all. I'll go too. I'll see which blind fool is it and send him on his way with a kick of my hoof. Longma boasted shamelessly. He stood up and struck a pose, looking like a lonely peerless expert. The Feather Immortal wished for the world to be in chaos. She clapped her hands and said while giggling, all right, let's make a big mess today. I'll go with you and see if that arrogant pretty boy who thinks he can definitely prove his Tao has returned. Chapter 1285. Yi Fan immediately held his spear horizontally and arrived in front of the Yen clan's residence. This was an ancient building that had existed since the ancient times. It was grand and majestic. There were ancient trees all around. Their branches were strong like dragons, covering the sky and covering the earth. The lush greenery made this place seem tranquil and otherworldly. Feather Immortal and Rui Wei naturally came as well. They gazed at this grand and ancient residence together. It occupied a large amount of space and looked like a small city. Brother Yi, let's just forget about it. It's not good to continue like this. Even the envoy feels restraining fear. We definitely can't provoke the other party. Rui Wei advised in a soft voice. What are you scared of? On the ancient starry sky path, everything has to be reasonable. If they dare to act recklessly, then we don't have to follow any rules. Feather Immortal glared at him. Yi Fan knew that Feather Immortal's background wasn't small. According to the exiled fairy's maid Ling, there was a peerless hero who was related to him. He wasn't easy to provoke. I just happened to see him when I passed by last night. I might have been mistaken. Rui Wei explained. Mistaken? They clearly let you see him on purpose. They wanted you to tell Brother Yi that this is an undisguised provocation. Feather Immortal's voice was sharp and clear. The bluestones on the road were uneven. After being stepped on for many years, the height of the middle of the road was clearly different. This was the baptism of time. There was a majestic stone chilin in front of the residence. The vermilion gate was wide open, allowing one to see everything inside. A servant saw the three of them stop outside, and turned around to walk inside. We definitely can't force our way in. Let's find a place to drink a cup of wine first. Perhaps they will come out in a bit, Rui Wei said. He didn't want to stir up trouble out of fear of causing great trouble. That's fine. Yi Fan nodded. He didn't want to drag the two down. Moreover, he didn't see those foreign races with his own eyes. There were tea houses and wine shops not far away. They found a small stall and sat down. They ordered 3 bowls of spiritual medicine porridge and some flood dragon jerky. The food in the city was all prepared for cultivators. On the ancient starry sky path, there were almost no ordinary foods. If they weren't spiritual medicines, then they would be rare birds and beasts. They all contained rich heaven and earth essence. And now, Yi Fan had shaken up the holy city, even killing the great commander. Many people recognized him, and when they saw him they all felt reverence. His appearance naturally drew many gazes. Everyone was paying close attention to him, not knowing why he had come here. They could keenly sense that this place would most likely become a place of turmoil. The red sun rose from the east, and was already very high up in the sky. There were more and more people on the streets. A few servants stuck their heads out of the main gate of the Yen clan, and looked over. Yi Fan stood up. He didn't ride a horse and walked over with large strides. The people in the tea houses and taverns immediately murmured, and many people followed him and stood up. On the street, whether it was the city's natives or the trial takers, all of them made way for Yi Fan. He had established his might in this battle. Someone who dared to kill a city's commander was definitely an overlord that could not be provoked. His fame shook the second holy city of the human race. It was not hard to imagine that if he continued like this, he would most likely leave behind an immortal legend. The people all gave way with reverence in their hearts. Yi Fan directly arrived in front of the Yen clan's residence. In front of him were dozens of white marble steps, appearing dignified and imposing. There were also dozens of beast-tying poles. Many people followed behind him, and there was a large empty space in front of the residence. Apart from Yi Fan's group of 3, no one else approached. What does he want to do? Could it be that he wants to break into the Yen residence? This is the place where the former great commander Yen Yu rests. Even the envoy usually has to give him some face. Could it be that those foreign races are in the Yen residence? Many people revealed strange expressions. This was an important place. Yen Qifeng's ancestor was the former great commander. Although he didn't have much time left and was about to pass away, he was still alive. No one dared to anger him. Who are you people? Why are you standing in front of my Yen residence? A servant stood on the white marble steps and looked down. Unrelated people are not allowed to loiter here. Hearing this, everyone was shaken and even angered. Even if this servant was given a lot of guts, he wouldn't dare to say such words. It was obvious that someone had instructed him to do so. You 3 leave quickly. Don't block the road. The servant pointed. Yu Xian's eyes widened and she gritted her teeth. You are just a servant and you dare to give us pointers? This is the main road in the city and not your Yen clan's land. Who gave you the right to be so arrogant? It was obvious that this servant had received pointers before. He purposely provoked and said, This is the Yen clan's road. Of course I can speak. Unrelated people leave immediately. Don't block this road. None of the participants who walked on the ancient road of stars were unrelated people. This could be considered a type of humiliation, especially when it came from a servant. Not only did Yi Fan, Yu Xian, and Rui Wei's expressions change, even the others were resentful. They felt that this was extremely harsh. The Yen clan's way of doing things was too savage. Even if it was done on purpose, it was still bullying others intolerably. Yu Xian's beautiful eyes flickered with cold light. She was about to take action. Right at this time, Yi Fan saw a figure in the courtyard through the open vermilion gate. It was precisely one of the foreign races that had tried to kill him in the archaic Dao Rite. He had a cold smile on his face as he glanced outwards. Yi Fan walked forward with large steps and ascended the white marble steps. He was about to enter the residence. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Halt! Even an unrelated person like you dares to barge into my Yen residence. Hurry up and stop. This servant shouted loudly. The entire street quieted down. After yesterday's battle, who else dared to speak to Yi Fan like this? They all treated him with incomparable reverence. Even the city's #1 guide couldn't act like this. He was just a servant. Yet he dared to speak like this. This Yen clan was too domineering, right? No matter what, they were humiliating others too much. Of course, everyone also understood that this was done on purpose. They wanted to provoke Yi Fan into taking action. Right now, the Yen residence was definitely a tiger's den. Yi Fan ascended several dozen steps. His expression was cold as he walked forward. Rui Wei rushed over and grabbed his arm. Why lower yourself to the level of a servant? You can't enter the Yen residence. This is a trap set up to lure you into the trap. Yu Xian also rushed over. She clenched her teeth and said, Hateful, let me do it. She was as agile as an immortal as she walked over gracefully, heading straight for that servant. Yi Fan reached out his hand and grabbed her. His steps were majestic as he directly arrived at the top of the stairs. He looked down on this servant, almost making him fall weakly onto the ground. All of you leave. You are not allowed to cause trouble in the Yen residence. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. Pa. Yi Fan slapped out, directly smashing this person into pieces. All kinds of broken bones and flesh splattered everywhere. After so many years, he had even slaughtered saints when he was in the immortal realm, let alone now. No one could stop him. Brother Yi, you have to calm down. Don't be rash. They definitely have a peerless expert overseeing things. They have nothing to fear, and are waiting for you to come. Boom. Yi Fan's next action was only one. He held the cold and thick black gold spear in one hand, and lifted up the entire majestic gate. With a rumble, it shattered in the sky. He directly pierced through the Yen residence and shattered it. Dust flew everywhere. He used his actions to express his determination to the second sacred city of the human race. Yi Fan stood majestically in front of the Yen residence with his black hair draped over his shoulders. Then he suddenly turned around and faced the heroes on the street. His eyes shot out two beams of cold lightning. He said in a low voice, "Everyone, we are all experts who have stepped onto the ancient path of the stars. We are all rulers of our own regions and we all have the belief that we are undefeatable. But what have we encountered here? Even a servant dares to be so arrogant and humiliate us trial takers. How can we tolerate this? They did not humiliate me alone, but all the trial takers. Was that just directed at me? It was all of you. Do you still have the heart to be undefeatable? Can you tolerate such humiliation?" His voice was powerful and resonated throughout the entire street as he said. 6 outsiders entered the primeval Taoist rite and acted in an unbridled manner. They surrounded and killed the participants and broke the rules. Someone intentionally let them in. Yet they are still getting away scot-free today. They were not punished, so we need an explanation. Otherwise, who can guarantee that they will not be assassinated the next time they enter the archaic Taoist rite? Look at what the Yen clan has done. They have openly protected the foreign races and destroyed the fairness of the ancient path of the stars. They have broken the laws and broken the rules. Everyone can see what they did just now. They were provoking and humiliating the dignity of the trial takers. This is intolerable. Is there anyone who dares to charge in with me? We will overturn the Yen clan and wash away this humiliation." Yi Fan roared. The black spear in his hand flickered with a cold metallic luster. He pointed it towards the sky and his aura swallowed the mountains and rivers. His aura surged like a tsunami. "We have been treated unfairly. We were surrounded and killed by the foreign races in the archaic Taoist rite. We need an explanation. Otherwise, more people will break the rules in the future. I believe that if the law enforcers come, they will definitely support us. Today we need an explanation. Let me be the first to attack. I will charge into the Yen clan and destroy this injustice. Someone has to stand up." Yi Fan shouted. He strode forward and charged into the courtyard. The spear in his hand clanked and sharp rays of light tore through the sky. That's right. We need an explanation. If every archaic Taoist rite is like this, one day we will die without even knowing how we died. We need to seek justice. They let the foreign races into the archaic Taoist rite, but in the end, they did not give an explanation. They even got into the Yen clan's mansion. This is the former commander's mansion. What does this mean? If we don't give an explanation, we can't let this go. Many of the trial takers shouted as they followed. At the end of the day, Grand Commander Yuhan had gone too far. As a Dharma protector, he had secretly harmed a cultivator. This caused everyone to tremble in fear. They feared that something like this would happen again in the future. Right now, they were not doing this for Yi Fan, but for their own safety. They had to support Yi Fan from behind. Even though many people would not attack, they still followed. Even more people were afraid of chaos and shouted. The natives of the city also joined in. There were too many people who were dissatisfied with the Yen clan. They were usually too arrogant and despotic. They had already aroused public indignation. Kill your way in and ask them why the Yen clan is so daring to protect the foreign races and kill trial takers for no reason. I want to ask the Yen clan, who gave you the right to be so arrogant and humiliate us? What do you want? This place was in complete chaos. Not a single person truly took action. Only Yi Fan was at the front, but the people behind him were shouting. Regardless of whether it was booing or inciting, their voices were extremely loud. "Where do you think you're going?" Yi Fan shouted. He immediately saw two foreign race experts. These two had purposely revealed themselves to provoke Yi Fan and force his way in. But they never thought that something like this would happen. A group of people roared and were incited by Yi Fan. They rushed into the courtyard. The two tore open the void and turned to escape. Woo-woo. A strange howl was heard. Yi Fan shook his hand and threw the black spear in his hand. A black light pierced through the sky and with a pft, it pierced through a person. Blood flew everywhere. The spear nailed him in front of a huge palace, dripping with blood. At the same time, Yi Fan drew his bow and shot a white bone arrow. With a pft, the second person was killed. He let out a miserable scream and exploded in the sky. Blood and broken bones rained down. "Today, I will demand an explanation from the Yen clan." Yi Fan shouted, his black hair flying in the wind. "Let me see who dares to cause trouble in the Yen clan's territory." A dignified voice was heard. Chapter 1286. This one dares to wipe out your Yen clan's important land. A streak of fiery light flickered. Longma's entire body was covered in dazzling scarlet golden scales, as if they were cast from divine gold. Raging flames surged as it stood up. Its two front hooves slammed forward, turning large amounts of ancient buildings into dust. Yi Fan didn't act out, but it expressed its stance first. It took action and wreaked havoc in Yen clan's important land. There were ancient formations protecting this place, but large amounts of buildings were still destroyed. "When this old one comes out of isolation, I'll settle things with you all." A dignified voice made the world rumble. Everyone understood that this was definitely Yen clan's old ancestor, Yen Yu. "Yen clan, please give us an explanation. Why did you protect the foreign races and allow them to enter the archaic Dao right to kill human trainees?" Feather Immortal shouted. Behind her, many people responded and shouted together. This was truly an attempt to force an abdication, stirring up a huge uproar. "You started a massacre in the city and already violated the city's rules. You even dared to barge into private residences and offend my Yen clan. This is an unpardonable crime." Yen Qifeng shouted. His face sunk like water as he stood on top of an enormous palace, overlooking everyone. "Compared to your clan, what does it count for? Yen family has gone against the law, colluding with the foreign races, allowing them to enter archaic Dao right and harm the human race's trainees. Their schemes are great, and there are secrets that cannot be revealed. Their crimes deserve to be exterminated," Yi Fan said. His voice was extremely loud, ringing through most of the ancient city. "Yen clan has gone against the law and colluded with the foreign races. They conspire against the law and should be exterminated." Many people shouted together, their voices extremely loud. Yen Qifeng's heart jumped. If these crimes were carried out, Yen clan would definitely be uprooted. He shouted, "You speak irresponsibly and slander my clan. Today I will execute you." At his side, all types of Dao patterns swirled. The four elders brought out an enormous and imposing stone pagoda together. It had a total of 9 floors, and it suppressed towards Yi Fan. This was a terrifying magical artifact refined from top-quality materials. Its power was extremely great as it suppressed towards Yi Fan. This was a type of forbidden artifact. The instant it descended, raging holy light blazed, as if it was going to explode the heavens. Wang. The space between Yi Fan's brows trembled, and a cauldron flew out. The sun, moon, and stars coiled around it, and the source energy poured down like a waterfall, causing the void in all directions to collapse. Crack. The ancient pagoda that was crushing down immediately cracked apart, but it was also quickly burning, about to explode, wishing to seriously injure Yi Fan, Rui Wei, and the others. The myriad energy cauldron's divine might reached the heavens, and it couldn't be compared to the past. It contained the starry sky of the universe within it, and it was like a boundless large world. It instantly swallowed the burning ancient pagoda. Everyone was shocked. A holy artifact was burning in the cauldron, yet it seemed so insignificant, like a blossoming firework, unable to produce any great waves. The myriad chi cauldron flipped over. its mouth facing downwards, and a cloud of tribulation ashes sprinkled out. A powerful forbidden weapon was turned into dust just like that, completely obliterated. Clang clang, all life source energy trembled, suspended in the air, unexpectedly sweeping down 10,000 streaks of primal chaos sword radiance, releasing zheng sounds, shocking everyone. This was an unmatched Tao artifact after all. It had just turned into a holy weapon, yet it was already so stunning. Chaotic energy swirled around it. Strands of radiance scattered down from this weapon, terrifying to the extreme. Ah! In the distance, the four elders at Yan Qifeng's side cried out miserably. They were hacked into bloody mists by the chaotic sword energy, their bodies and spirits extinguished. Hong! The enormous palace that was densely covered in ancient holy-level formations was flattened by the sword energy. One of Yan Qifeng's arms was hacked off, dripping with blood. He was saved by a gray-clothed elder, avoiding this disaster. You all are too impudent, daring to behave atrociously in my Yan clan's important land. The gray-clothed elder's face was frosty as he roared loudly. Strands of holy energy pervaded the air from his body. There was no need to announce his name. Many people knew that this was the previous great commander Yan Yu. He had retired for many years, but now his strength was unfathomable. His complexion was rosy, and his hair and beard were all white. His body wasn't withered, and it didn't seem like his lifespan was at its end. There was still a wave of essence energy that didn't match the rumors. His reputation in this city was illustrious, immediately making many people's expressions become sluggish. They temporarily calmed down. He had accumulated prestige for a long time, making people feel fear. Great Commander Yan, I only want to ask you one thing. What is the punishment for harboring a foreign race? Yifan stood out and shouted loudly. His voice was like a clap of thunder that resounded throughout the ancient city. That's right. Great Commander Yan, please answer. You are a protector, yet there are foreign races in your residence. They had once surrounded and killed a trial taker. We wish for Great Commander Yan to give us an explanation. The others also shouted. Some people in the residence frowned. They never thought that things would develop to this stage. They originally wanted to lure Yifan in and just kill him, but they never thought that he would incite the indignation of the people. We can't kill the people's will. Great Commander, please give us an explanation. Yifan said. Do you all know what you are doing? The Great Commander swept his gaze over everyone. When his eyes opened and closed, a peerlessly sharp light could be seen, intimidating people's souls. Great Commander, do you know what you are doing? Yifan shouted. The foreign races intruded into the archaic Taoist rite, and it was all Yuhan's doing. What does it have to do with me? There is another reason for them to appear in my residence. You all don't understand, the previous Great Commander Yan Yu said. Then Great Commander, please explain to us why these foreign races have become your honored guests. Yifan pressed forward step by step. That's right. Why are these foreign races murderers still at large, and have become Great Commander's honored guests? Please give us a clear explanation. The group of people forced him to abdicate. Now the crowd was filled with anger. There were many streets in the city, and a large number of people rushed over. They all heard the news and joined in. They shouted together, interrogating the Yan clan. How to deal with these foreign races isn't something you all should meddle in. The people guarding the city will take care of it. However, you all gathered together and caused a ruckus. This is extremely bad. Yan Yu said with a sunken face. Yuxian said, I want to ask Great Commander. How do you want the people guarding the city to take care of this? Is it someone like Yuhan? Or is it you? Why didn't I see them being dealt with? Instead, they became your honored guests. In addition, this ruckus wasn't something we wanted. There was a reason for this, or else why did you come here? You are too far away from us and don't know our pain. Impudent, Yan Yu said with a gloomy face. There are some things you can't talk about. This is the enforcer's business and has nothing to do with you all. Hurry and leave. Yifan had the myriad chi cauldron on his head, and the dark golden long spear in his hand. He took a big step forward and said, Then I want to ask Great Commander, will the enforcer really come from the depths of the ancient path of the stars for this matter? Yan Qifeng, who was beside the Great Commander, revealed an imperceptible cold smile. It seemed somewhat cruel, but it quickly disappeared. Yi Fan was startled and felt that something wasn't right. "Don't worry, the enforcer will take care of this matter," Great Commander Yen Yu said coldly. "When will he arrive?" Rui Wei asked. Great Commander Yen Yu said loudly. "The enforcer has arrived for this matter. He is in my residence. Now you all should understand why the foreign races appeared here. It is because the enforcer wants to deal with them." Everyone was dumbfounded. The enforcer was a group of people with extremely high status on the ancient path of the stars. They were rarely seen on normal days. Who would have thought that they would actually come to the Yen residence? The scene immediately quieted down. A chill ran down Yi Fan's spine. A cold light flashed in his eyes and waves of killing intent surged. At this moment, he thought of many things. The Yen clan was indeed vicious and terrifying. They actually prepared such a killing trap for him. There was a law enforcement officer here. If he had barged in alone and killed him silently, it wouldn't have caused any ripples. Even if he died, he would die in vain. If the enforcer made his move, who could say anything? This was promoting righteousness. Yi Fan didn't come in alone. Instead, he brought along all the heroes. A group of people forced the Yen clan to abdicate. This was beyond the Yen clan's expectations. Therefore, the killing trap couldn't be used. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Yen clan couldn't splash dirty water on him. They couldn't pin a big hat on him. The enforcer couldn't act brazenly. It was obvious that the Feather Immortal had quickly figured out the severity of the situation. His face immediately became cold as he said, "The Yen clan is so vicious. They colluded with each other. But in the end, they didn't get what they wanted. Where is the enforcer? How are we going to deal with the remaining two?" Someone asked. The crowd's restlessness slowly calmed down. They revered the enforcer and didn't dare to push too far. However, they didn't want to retreat just like this. "I am here. I will naturally deal with this impartially." The enforcer appeared. His voice was very young and slightly feminine. There was a bit of arrogance in his calm manner. He strolled through the void, step by step. His entire body was covered in silver divine clothes. It was brilliant and dazzling. The helmet even covered his face, making it impossible to see his true appearance. This was divine clothes forged from Daoyuo silver essence. This was the exclusive divine clothes of the enforcer. It was actually a Saint King level battle armor. The silver light was brilliant and flickered with life. A wave of profound mysteries of the great Tao flowed through it. It was extremely extraordinary. Many people were speechless. The enforcer had already appeared. Who still dared to continue questioning? They were all afraid that they would bring disaster upon themselves and cause trouble on the ancient starry sky path in the future. "May I ask how the enforcer will deal with the remaining two?" Yi Fan spoke. His tone didn't change and he didn't cower. At this moment, the two were standing behind the enforcer. They didn't move at all, and there wasn't a trace of expression on their faces. "I will bring them along and interrogate them in detail," the enforcer said. His entire body flickered with silver light. The Daoyuo silver essence forged a complete set of Saint King battle armor. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. It was almost like a dream. At this point he slightly paused. His voice was gentle as he said, "I was just looking for you. This matter started because of you, so I also want to ask you to go along and cooperate with the investigation." Walala. A resplendent divine chain made of Daoyuo silver essence appeared in his hand. It shook forward and actually wanted to lock Yi Fan up. Yi Fan's eyes widened in anger. He didn't expect the enforcer to be so unbridled. The two weren't shackled and were just standing behind him like servants, yet they wanted to capture him. This was truly intolerable. Crack. The sound of heaven collapsing and earth splitting rang out. Silver light exploded. Yi Fan swung his fist and broke the divine chain made of Daoyuo silver essence that was locking him up inch by inch. Silver splendor scattered in all directions. "How dare you? Do you want to defy the law?" The enforcer had a cold intent as he spoke in a feminine voice. The light in his eyes was sharp and cold. Yi Fan's black hair stood on end. His eyes were blazing as he shouted, "If the ancient starry sky path is filled with snakes and rats like you, I, Yi Fan, will go against this path. In the future, I will personally shatter this ancient starry sky path. Chapter 1287. How dare you? Shouted the enforcer. The great Luo silver armor on his body was brilliant and dazzling, but his voice was very feminine. This kind of rebuke contained a kind of arrogance and coldness that made people tremble with fear. Yi Fan was furious. He had never been like this before. His eyes were ice-cold, and his black hair danced chaotically. His anger was surging. This was going too far. The alien race that surrounded him was standing behind the enforcer and had freedom. At this moment, a cold smile hung on his face, and he, the victim, was going to be shackled and become a prisoner. How absurd was this? However, it was really going to happen. One didn't need to think to know that if he was shackled like this and sent into the depths of the ancient starry sky path, he wouldn't have any chance of survival. This law enforcer was too brazen, too unbridled. He even dared to do this in front of so many people, even in front of so many people. If there was no one else, what would happen? Impudent my guess. The dragon horse roared, causing the entire ancient city to tremble. It really couldn't stand it anymore. This enforcer who couldn't distinguish between right and wrong made people feel suffocated. It wanted to immediately trample him to death. This kind of loud shout was deafening, causing many people's hearts to tremble. This was shedding all pretense of cordiality. He wanted to open the lid and discuss life and death with the enforcer. You guys are extremely daring. Are you questioning this seat's fairness? One threatened to shatter the ancient starry sky path, and the other insulted this seat. This is defying the law. Your crimes cannot be forgiven, and only death awaits you. The enforcer's eyes were sinister. The Saint King battle armor on his body was silver, and even his feet were covered in great Luo silver armor. His helmet covered his face, and only his eyes were exposed. It could be seen that his body was slender and strong. His limbs were well proportioned and powerful, and he was wrapped in divine clothes forged from silver essence. He should have an extraordinary physique. However, his arrogant and feminine voice more or less weakened his imposing manner. What if King fairness? You sanctimonious enforcer with a dark and despicable heart. You don't deserve to act so pretentiously in front of us. Longma roared angrily. It was really angry. It stood up on its hind legs and wanted nothing more than to slap it with its front hooves. The eyes of the law enforcement officer became even colder, and the silver light around him became even colder. He stared at Yi Fan and Longma and said coldly, "Do you really want to rebel?" Yi Fan was assessing this person's strength. However, the Daoyuo silver essence was truly extraordinary. It was actually able to isolate all auras, and the terrifying fluctuations of the Sage King battle robe surged like a tsunami. If all the enforcers on the starry sky ancient path are like you, then I have nothing to be reluctant to part with. I'll leave now. One day, I'll personally bury this ancient path. Yi Fan shouted with his Dao voice, spreading throughout the human race's second holy city. Everyone could hear it, and the sound waves rumbled. The law enforcer also raised his voice and said, "Good, today you have rebelled and become enemies with the entire human race. Everyone on the ancient path of the starry sky has the right to punish you." Yu Xian sneered and said, "Do you think you can represent the entire human race? You are only a law enforcer. Although we have given you a certain amount of authority, when did you become the representative of the entire human race?" In all directions, everyone's hearts were filled with sorrow. They didn't know whether they should be angry or sad. A law enforcer represented everyone, and his power and influence were monstrous. "Great Commander Yin, what are you still standing there for? Suppress all of these rebels and don't let a single one escape." The law enforcer said coldly, "Activate the ancient formation and trap everyone. Don't let a single one escape." Yin Yu shouted. With a rumbling sound, the mist became hazy, and the entire Yin residence was enveloped in a layer of multicolored light. Countless ancient formation patterns were activated, and a group of people were trapped in this place. "Yin Yu, you have already left your position, and are no longer the great commander of this city. What authority do you have? What right do you have to attack us?" Someone shouted from the crowd. "Use the formation patterns to suppress these villains." Yin Yu was expressionless as he gave the order to deal with Yi Fan, Rui Wei, and the others. "Today, I want to see who dares to attack. Don't force me to start a massacre. Yi Fan said coldly. At this moment, the myriad qi cauldron above his head became even more majestic. Qi, streaks of sword qi rushed up from the ground, piercing through the clouds and shattering the dome of heaven. The ancient formation patterns were activated, and they were exceptionally sharp. Long. The myriad qi cauldron trembled slightly, and streaks of mysterious yellow energy fell down. There was even a mist overflowing. It was actually over 10,000 streaks of primal chaos sword qi. They were indestructible, and they suppressed the might of the ancient formation. It was just a cauldron, but it suppressed the entire great formation. At the same time, Yi Fan made his move. His feet used the Xing symbol technique, and he entered the ancient formation as if there was no one there. He began a massacre, and he killed one enemy with each punch. Many of the experts of the Yen clan were not his match. Among them, there were even saints who appeared. In the end, they were all blown up by Yi Fan. Saint blood and lustrous white bone fragments splashed everywhere, and this place was shaken. It was a reign of terror. Kill! Shouts of killing shook the heavens. This place was in great turmoil. Yi Fan entered the uninhabited land, and he continuously killed the experts of the Yen clan. Hand over your life. Yen Yu's gray clothes fluttered in the wind as he pounced towards Yi Fan. Tens of thousands of strands of saint power flowed out, and he was like a monarch that ruled the world. Yi Fan coldly faced him. He held a large bow in his hand, and he continuously shot arrows. Those who activated the formation patterns were almost all killed, and clouds of bloody mist erupted. Moreover, there was a black arrow in his mouth, and it stood out from the masses. Seeing Yen Yu pouncing over, he did not hesitate to change his arrow. He pulled the bow into a full moon shape, and he shot it out with exceptional precision. Woo-woo. A strange whistling sound rang out. This black arrow was even more astonishing than a black sun, and its divine might was matchless. In the surroundings, the corpses of gods and devils appeared, and it was terrifying to the heavens. This was an exceptional arrow, and it was the leftover material from De Yi's divine weapon. In the ancient times, there were 9 similar arrows that were used up by Da Yi to kill the 9 heirs of the Golden Crow Quasi-Emperor. And now, when Yi Fan shot out a black arrow made of the same material, it naturally caused wind and thunder to erupt. It was a magnificent scene, and it was boundlessly terrifying. Yen Yu roared loudly, and his blood qi overflowed into the heavens. He was definitely a top-notch expert of the human race's second sacred city. Holy qi pervaded the surroundings, causing everyone to tremble. However, he was actually unable to evade this arrow. This exceptional arrow was so fast that it made the sun and moon lose their radiance, and the heaven and earth turned upside down. It was as if it had penetrated through the confinement of time. With a pu sound, fresh blood flew high into the air. The black arrow was surrounded by streams of stars, and there was even a large number of corpses of gods and devils as it pierced through Yen Yu's palm. He had no time to evade, so he took out all kinds of weapons and even used his hand to block. That was why this scene occurred. Even more blood blossomed. Yen Yu's palm exploded, and then his entire arm turned into a bloody paste. In the end, it even caused half of his body to crack. What? Even Yen Yu was injured? He had most likely entered the Saint King realm long ago, but he almost died. This shocking scene made many people flabbergasted. Then a chill ran down their spines. The power of this arrow from Yi Fan was too great. 1. The entire heaven and earth trembled. Yi Fan used the Xing formula to rush to the front with godly speed. With an indomitable aura, he brandished the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Golden blood qi drowned out the Yen residents. This was close combat. Yi Fan's realm was not as high as Yen Yu's. At this moment, he fully displayed his strong points. He rushed to the front and brandished his exceptionally tyrannical fist, causing the entire heaven and earth to be covered in his golden battle qi. No one could see what happened inside. They only heard a muffled groan and the sound of flesh being torn apart. Immediately after, they saw half of Yen Yu's body being torn apart. He was dripping with fresh blood as he flew out. Yi Fan chased closely, but a forbidden weapon that could kill saints came attacking. It blocked his path, and it was the doing of an elder from the Yen clan. Boom! Yi Fan brandished his golden fist and smashed a silver wheel into pieces. The forbidden weapon turned into ashes and scattered down. Everyone's expressions changed. This kind of physique, this kind of battle prowess, it was simply unheard of. Especially the Yen clan. There wasn't a single person who wasn't scared. Yen Yu had cultivated for many years and finally broke through the shackles half a year ago, becoming a Saint King. Although his realm was not stable, he was still an absolute expert. However, in close combat, he was almost killed by Yi Fan. Emperor Burial Star. Saint Physique. After 100,000 years, it has actually come again. The enforcer cried out in shock. Clearly he had guessed Yi Fan's physique. His identity was beyond his expectations, causing his heart to tremble. What? He came from the Emperor Burial Star. The star where the ancient emperors left in their later years. Saint Physique. This is an extremely powerful physique. It has been 100,000 years since I stepped on the ancient path of the starry sky. Who would have thought that it would appear again? Everyone was shocked, and their eyes were wide open. Where is the city's envoy? Why are you still not showing yourself? Take down this traitor of the human race and kill this madman. The enforcer spoke in a feminine tone. His silver battle clothes flickered, and his entire person became even colder. With a sigh, the envoy appeared. His figure was blurry and hazy, like a shadow, standing tall in the void. The moment he appeared, everyone quieted down. This was a powerful character at the peak of the Saint King realm. He was known as the #1 expert of the human race's second sacred city. This was a type of pressure and deterrence. If he interfered, who would be able to resist? The enforcer opened his mouth and said, "The second city is in chaos, and there are actually traitors of the human race. Envoy, you have an unavoidable responsibility. Why aren't you quickly taking them down?" The moment these words came out, everyone's expression changed. Rumble. Yen Yu's blood chi surged. He recovered his physical body and took action first. He had successfully broken through and became a king among the saints. However, he was almost killed in close combat. This was a type of humiliation. He believed in his own magic power and wanted to avenge this humiliation. He wanted to kill Yi Fan, but the moment he moved, a large hand grabbed him. The envoy had imprisoned him. "Sir Envoy, what are you doing?" Yen Yu was shocked, and the hair on his body stood on end. "Envoy, what are you doing? Why aren't you suppressing the traitors of the human race? Why are you making things difficult for Commander Yen?" The enforcer said gloomily. Not only him, but even the others were shocked. The envoy's body was blurry, and only his eyes were bright. He faced the enforcer and didn't move at all. It was as if he was seriously sensing something. After a long time he said, "May I ask if you have the divine order of the enforcer?" Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and then they were all greatly shocked. The enforcer smiled coldly and said, "Are you questioning my identity? This is a great disrespect to the enforcers." After saying this, the battle clothes on his body became even more resplendent, and silver light shot out in all directions. Chapter 1288. "I'm not questioning the enforcer. I'm just taking a look," the envoy said calmly. His avatar was blurry and indistinct. Everyone was startled and puzzled. Was there a problem with the enforcer's identity? This was truly a major event that no one could have imagined. Longma flew into a rage and seethed with anger. "Don't give me any excuses or I'll make you wish you were dead." Longma had been suppressing his anger after being criticized like this. If there was a problem with the enforcer's identity, then it would be even more resentful. The enforcer said coldly, "Does anyone dare to pretend to be an enforcer? It's an insult to me to want to use the divine order to verify my identity." He didn't take out the divine order, which made people even more suspicious. Many people began to clamor, "Please show me the divine order." Many people shouted. It was difficult for them to have a good impression of him after the series of events just now. The enforcer shouted, "I'm wearing the Great Luo silver armor. This is the best proof. Only enforcers can have it. Is this not enough proof?" His armor was shining with silver light, and many people couldn't look directly at him. After hearing these words, many people became silent. This kind of Saint King level armor was a symbol of identity and status. "I have no intention of offending the enforcer, but everything must be done according to the rules. The envoy of the second human city was persistent and unwilling to give in. Fine, I'll make you sincerely convinced. The law enforcer sneered. With a metallic clang, a divine order that radiated silver splendor appeared in the void. It was dazzling, and there was a special type of Tao pattern that was fluctuating. It matched the blood energy that the law enforcer emitted. That's right, this is a divine order from the ancient starry sky path. It belongs to a powerful enforcer and matches his blood energy. There's no mistake. A few elders in the city cried out in surprise. The leaders of some great powers also arrived at the Yin residence. What else do you have to say? The enforcer shouted loudly. His eyes were cold as he stared at the envoy. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was a real enforcer and not a fake. Many people were speechless. The envoy was silent. This fact made him unable to say anything. You've already confirmed my identity. Do you have any more questions? If you don't, kill him now. The enforcer pointed at Yi Fan. We refuse to accept this. What right do you have to suppress Yi Fan? He's clearly a victim, so why did he become a prisoner? That outsider still has his freedom and is standing behind you. Rui Wei shouted angrily. I've already said that I'll bring him back for investigation. Everything will come to light. It's all because he resisted the law for no reason that things have developed to this stage. The law enforcer sneered. Rui Wei was indignant and said, what kind of logic is this? Letting the victim put on shackles and go back to cooperate with the investigation. Letting the murderer get away with it. You can't tell right from wrong. The envoy spoke saying, this matter isn't complicated. I feel like there is no need to bring him away. We can investigate this matter in front of everyone here, giving everyone an explanation. Unfortunately, it's too late. He has already rebelled, threatening to destroy the starry sky ancient path. This is an unpardonable crime. The enforcer shook his head and smiled coldly. We have to take him away. Such a traitor of the human race needs to be suppressed. The dragon horse flew into a rage and said, CKU, pestering endlessly. Isn't it all because of your recklessness? Don't tell me that you've been enforcing the law like this all along. Just how many people have you forced to rebel? Perhaps there are as many unjust cases as there are clouds. Where's the envoy? Why don't you take him away? I'm deeply worried about the current situation of the second human city. In the future, you will be held accountable. The enforcer spoke in a sinister tone. The envoy shook his head and said, if I'm held accountable, that's a matter for the future. However, there's no need to muster such a large force right now. Yi Fan's crimes can be clarified in front of everyone. Since you say so, I'll enforce the law in front of everyone. According to the law of the starry sky ancient path, anyone who betrays the human race has the right to be punished. I order you to kill him in front of everyone. The enforcer spoke ruthlessly. Everyone was shocked. The enforcer was determined to eliminate Yi Fan without giving him the slightest chance. He dared to act like this in the second human city. If he was taken away, it would be even worse. That's how it should be. The former commander, Yen Yu, spoke coldly. He had already recovered from his injuries after escaping from the envoy's control. His great-grandson, Yen Qifeng, also had a sneer on his face. He stood to the side and quietly waited for Yi Fan's head to fall to the ground with a hint of mockery. Behind the enforcer, the two foreign races seemed very calm. However, it wasn't hard to see traces of schadenfreude and the joy of revenge in their eyes. T enforcer. Longma cursed and prepared to make his move. I'm also rebelling. The feather immortal shouted angrily. Her face was frosty, completely different from her usual sweet appearance. I've always had a question in my heart. How did these foreign races enter the second human city? Yi Fan asked the envoy with a solemn expression. They came with the enforcer. The envoy replied calmly. What? The crowd was in an uproar. This one question from Yi Fan made many people stare with wide eyes. CKMe. Longma cursed loudly. He couldn't hold it in any longer. The root of the problem lay here. The 6 foreign race cultivators actually came with the enforcer. Is there still justice in this world? Rui Wei also shouted loudly. No wonder the enforcer would protect the foreign races. Everyone came to a sudden realization. These people were originally brought here by him. They seriously broke the rules and entered the primordial Taoist right to kill human experts. In the end, they weren't punished. The truth was actually here. Many people were angry but didn't dare to say anything. However, they were extremely resentful in their hearts and glared at the enforcer. Longma flew into a rage and said, "The ancient path of the stars is too dark. Are these the people who enforce the law impartially? This seat greets your grandpa. What is the Yen tribe doing? It's also incomparably ugly. They are the accomplices of a villain and framed the human race. How shameless!" Rui Wei shouted. The Yen tribe and the enforcer were too vicious. They originally wanted to bring Yi Fan's people into the residence. Wasn't that just casually framing them? The foreign races were actually the enforcer's subordinates. She spoke these words in front of everyone, causing another wave of chaos. Many people were resentful. This was too arrogant, sinister, and despicable. They were framing others. The ones who should have become prisoners were the Yen Manor's esteemed guests, but the victims had to suffer injustice. Impudent! The enforcer shouted loudly. He displayed a dignified aura, wanting to suppress everyone and then escape. He had a bad premonition after being exposed in front of everyone. At this time, a soldier flew over and secretly transmitted a message to the envoy. The envoy suddenly raised his head and said coldly, "I didn't expect young Master Lu Yi to be impersonating your uncle. Even if your identity is illustrious, this is still a great crime." When these words were spoken, everyone was first stupefied. Then an uproar broke out. There was indeed something wrong with this person. He was the nephew of our enforcer, yet he dared to act so arrogantly and impersonate his uncle. The envoy had long sensed that something was wrong and sent people to verify it the day before yesterday. Now he received accurate information that this person was the nephew of our enforcer. The crowd was furious. Now many people rushed forward. This person called Lu Yi was too arrogant and despotic. He was only the nephew of our enforcer, yet he wanted to cover the sky with one hand. "All of you stop!" Lu Yi shouted. The great Luo silver armor on his body clanked and released resplendent silver radiance. "Stop your mother! You're just a despicable person who relies on family connections to act domineering. Now that you've been exposed, you still want to act like a tyrant. I'll kill you." Longma was the first to rush over. He stood upright and used the Xing formula. He slammed his hoof over, causing the heaven and earth to collapse as he fought against Lu Yi. Clang clang, it had to be said that Lu Ye's magical power was profound. He was indeed a heaven-gifted talent. His cultivation was extraordinary, especially when he was wearing the great Luo silver armor. He was unstoppable. Even someone as strong as Longma, who became a saint in the ancient star of the Tao transformation realm, was far superior to ordinary saints. Yet he couldn't take him down in a short period of time. It really is him, Lu Yi. He's sworn brothers with the Qilin Saint envoy under young Master Di Tian. Fairy banished fairy's maid Linger mumbled. Fairy Qingshi nodded and didn't say anything. The former commander Yen Yu shouted, "Stop. Do you know what you're doing? He's the nephew of Enforcer Lu Fengdu. If you kill him, there will be a great calamity." The cauldron hanging above Yi Fan's head flew out. Every strand of source qi that fell down could collapse the heaven and earth. Now, it transformed into a majestic cauldron mountain that flew up, capable of smashing stars. Dong. This was a loud sound. The divine clothes flickered with resplendent splendor, protecting Lu Yi. However, he still suffered a violent shock. He coughed out a large mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Although the Saint King's battle armor was forged from great Luo silver essence and possessed peerless defensive power, the material of Yi Fan's cauldron was even more terrifying. It could shatter a great star if it collided with full force. This kind of power was activated by Yi Fan's golden blood qi and was endlessly magnified. It was truly unstoppable. Only the Saint King's battle armor flickered with splendor. If it was an ordinary saint weapon, it would have long since turned into flying ash. Even so, Lu Yi was still injured. "Fine, you take care of him. This bastard's turtle shell is too sturdy. Its defensive power is unparalleled. I can't break it." Longma shouted. You're courting death. The former commander, Yen Yu, pounced forward, wanting to save Lu Yi. This was the nephew of an enforcer, so he had to save him. It would be of great benefit to him. However, a large hand reached down and grabbed him as if he was a little chick. The guide envoy made a cold and merciless move to imprison him. Longma turned around and said angrily to Yen Yu, "Old thing from the Yen clan, you want to save him and flatter me? Today I'll kill your great-great-grandson in front of you. I'll let you see the bloody result." The sound of hooves rang out. Longma charged into the Yen residence and chased after Yen Qifeng. Lightning flashed and thunder rolled. Everything went crazy and a rain of blood sprayed everywhere. Yen Qifeng was no match and soon suffered serious injuries. His chest was crushed by Longma's hoof. Bone dregs flew everywhere as he fled in a sorry state. The former commander Yen Yu shouted loudly, but he couldn't escape the escort's palm. He had no way to stop everything and could only watch helplessly. On the other side, Lu Yi wanted to escape. Now that everything had been exposed, he couldn't care about anything else and only wanted to escape from this city. This person could be considered a heaven-warping genius on the path of cultivation. In the depths of the ancient starry sky path, it was rare to see someone of his age. He could be considered a first-rate character. He fought fiercely against Yi Fan, fighting while retreating. The Daoyuo silver essence on his body was resplendent, but after being continuously struck by the myriad energy cauldron, he couldn't take it anymore. At this time he had already spat out a few mouthfuls of essence blood. His complexion was incomparably pale. Clang! Yi Fan wanted to preserve this armor, and didn't want to destroy it with the cauldron. He circulated the army formula, and a piece of silver armor on Lu Ye's chest immediately trembled. It emitted a dazzling light and left his body. Pfft! Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Yi Fan's black hair danced chaotically. 2 bolts of lightning shot out from his pupils. He held a black spear in his hand and thrust it into Lu Ye's chest. Blood sprayed everywhere as he was lifted into the air. Chapter 1289. Ah! Lu Yi screamed. The tip of the spear was 1 foot long and glaring. It pierced through Lu Ye's chest and caused him to struggle in pain. Blood splashed out and fell on his body, sticky and warm. Yi Fan's black hair was disheveled. He held the spear with one hand and pointed it at the sky, nailing Lu Yi in midair. Fresh blood flowed along the cold metal spear shaft. It was a ghastly scarlet color. There was a deep and long blood groove on the cold spear tip. Blood was gushing out, carrying a fishy smell as it dyed the thick and long metal spear body red. The law enforcer, who had been high and mighty not long ago, was now pierced by Yi Fan's spear and hung in midair. Fresh blood was dripping out. The entire Yin residence was silent. "You will regret this," said the former commander Yen Yu. Although he was restrained by the envoy, he could still open his mouth and speak. There was a trace of resentment on his face. Lu Yi was the nephew of a law enforcer. His identity was no small matter, and his background made people apprehensive. However, Yi Fan still pierced through his heart and blood splashed on the spot. "I never regret my actions," Yi Fan said decisively. With a clang, he stabbed the metal spear into the ground. Lu Yi screamed miserably as he was nailed to a large bluestone. Blood splashed out and his body trembled. Yi Fan took out a white bone arrow and drew the bow. He said to Longma, "End his life." At this time, Longma was chasing after Yen Qifeng. He had already become a saint and his battle prowess had increased by leaps and bounds. He trampled on Yen Yu's great-great-grandson until he wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf. It was a tragic sight and hundreds of bones in his body were broken. Chi! The white bone arrow shot out and tore through the heaven and earth. It was like a comet colliding into the depths of the star domain. It was earth-shattering and shook the entire sky. "No!" The former commander Yen Yu cried out. He was terrified after seeing this scene. This was his only great-great-grandson, but he was turned into a live target. He wanted to stop it, but his body couldn't move. "Arr!" A shrill scream rang out. Yen Qifeng's facial features contorted as an arrow shot out from between his brows. Blood spurted out and his head exploded. Following that, his entire body crumbled into pieces. Both his body and soul were destroyed. This time, there were no more death substitution puppets to use. Yen Yu was in so much pain that he almost fainted. He berated and cursed Yi Fan. His eyes were filled with an ominous glint. Unfortunately, he was suppressed by the envoy and could not move at all. "You're too unscrupulous. How can you harvest a life from my hands? The heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. Isn't it too easy to let him die just like that?" Longma said with dissatisfaction. "You are all devils." Yenyu was so angry that he vomited blood. "The real devil is in the heart of people like you," reprimanded Yifan. He had always been ruthless when dealing with such people. Hua Yen Manor and the entire main street were in an uproar. What happened today would definitely shake the second city of the human race, and even spread to the starry sky ancient path. Yifan first massacred Commander Yuhan, then attacked the former commander's mansion, and killed the children and nephews of the law enforcement officers. This was really earth-shattering and could be said to be a raging wave. The remaining two outsiders had pale faces as they silently retreated, wanting to escape. But how could the humans let them go? Yu Xian, Rui Wei, and the other cultivators who came in all took action, cutting off their path of retreat to capture them alive. "Kill them." The envoy spoke. His words were short and forceful. Yifan pondered. If he interrogated them, it would definitely involve some big fish. He also did not want to make things difficult for the envoy. He drew his bow again, and two bone arrows shot out. Pu-pu sounds rang out as the two outsiders were directly shot dead, turning into a bloody mist and broken bones. In the depths of the starry sky ancient path, it will be difficult for you to advance even an inch. The human lord who can truly verify the Tao will send you on your way. Outsiders resentfully cried out before dying. "Ditian is it? Since he dares to block my path, I will definitely take his life and directly blast him into a rain of blood." Yifan said coldly. The two outsiders were full of unwillingness and resentment as they directly turned into flying ashes. Their divine sense imprints were completely erased. This fellow is truly comparable to the great demonic god Gu Huang, decisive and domineering. The exiled fairies made Ling or muttered. "Today, there are grievances and grudges, and we will take revenge. Not a single one of you should even think about leaving." Longma shouted. The horse galloped through the sky, stopping the second leader of the 13 riders of Heaven Wasteland, Yi Wuhuan. Yi Wuhuan wanted to kill it, but now that Longma had become a saint, its strength had increased by leaps and bounds. It was extremely terrifying, and a single hoof almost crushed him. Yi Wuhuan was also a saint, and even his mount, the Azure Dragon, was a holy beast. One could see his cultivation level. Unfortunately, he encountered a monster like Longma and was instead suppressed. He ate 4 hooves in succession, the armor on his body shattered, and his breastbone was broken. "Ah!" The second leader of the 13 riders of Heaven Wasteland roared angrily. This was a type of humiliation, and he felt extremely unwilling. Not long ago, he had even opposed Yifan with equal harshness and fought a great battle. Yet now he was suppressed by his mount. It was clear that the two were not on the same level and were far behind. He was restrained to the point where he didn't even have the power to retaliate, and was soon seriously injured. Pooh! Longma spun around and stepped through the sky. Blood splashed, and the head of the holy beast Azure Dragon that Yi Wuhuan was riding was smashed. It was scarlet red, and it died a violent death. "I'll fight you to the death," Yi Wuhuan shouted. He had schemed against Yifan many times, instigated Yan Qifeng to take action, and joined forces with Guancheng to target Yifan and Longma. He never thought that he would fall into such a state and be suppressed by a mount. In the face of absolute strength, everything was so laughable. "Watch the heavenly dragon's 8 steps that I created. If you can avoid it, I'll spare your life. If not, I'll send you on your way." Longma put on the appearance of a peerless expert. Thump, thump, the deafening sound of horse hooves rang out, like the beating of a heavenly drum. Longma stepped through the sky, and every step was like the explosion of a holy weapon. It crushed the universe, and the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Pu. The body of the second leader of the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland violently trembled, and he continuously retreated. His heart was filled with despair and sullen. Originally, he could contend against Yifan, but now he couldn't even defeat his mount. Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. Longma stepped through the sky and spat out these 4 words in a very ostentatious manner. Then pu sounds rang out incessantly. The limbs, torso, head, and other parts of the second leader of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland all had terrifying hoof prints. They exploded one after another, turning into a rain of blood. The demonic god Gu Huang will wait for you on the road ahead. He will be invincible in the starry sky ancient path, and take revenge for us. Yi Wuhuan died, and he was full of unwillingness. Everyone trembled. The name of the great demonic god shook the starry sky ancient path, and he fought to the point where the sun and moon lost their radiance and the heaven and earth lost color. It gave heroes like the exiled fairy and Di Tian a headache. In today's battle, Yi Fan had offended both Di Tian and the great demonic god at the same time. His future path would definitely be very difficult, and there would be the strongest and most intense battles. Rumble. Yi Fan activated the cauldron, and the myriad source qi descended, crushing the Yen residence. A large number of ancient buildings were transformed into flying ashes. Even though there were ancient formations laid down, they still couldn't block the might of the cauldron. From this day onwards, the Yen residence was razed to the ground. Not a single one of the important characters could escape, and all of them were killed. Ah! Yin Yu screamed. As a saint king, he could only watch on helplessly. He was powerless to stop all of this, and he felt extremely sullen in his heart. Envoy, please enforce the law and kill this wretch. Yi Fan spoke. The envoy sighed lightly. He was indeed responsible for creating such a storm in the second human city. When facing so many heroes, he could only strictly enforce the law and kill those who broke the rules. No! Yin Yu screamed and struggled in terror. However, after the gigantic palm in the sky crushed down, his body started to break apart inch by inch. Senior, let me do it. After stepping on this path, I shall bear all the infamy. Yi Fan soared into the air and stomped down, stomping on Yin Yu's forehead. Pooh! Like a firework blooming, Yin Yu's immortal foundation crumbled. His primordial spirit was incinerated, turning into ashes. Yi Fan was like a devil king. His eyes were cold and his thick hair hung loosely behind him as he landed on the ground. Sadly, Yin Yu had already stepped into the Saint King realm. If he could completely consolidate his foundation, his accomplishments would be limitless. He could walk the path of glory, but in the end he died here. In the end, the gazes of everyone turned to Yi Fan. The black spear nailed Lu Yi to the ground. Lu Yi was dripping with blood, but he hadn't died yet. Stop, as long as you let me go, everything can be discussed in the future. There will be many benefits waiting for you in the depths of the starry sky ancient path. His heart palpitated as he spoke. Yi Fan circulated the Bing word art. The silver essence battle robes shone resplendently and emitted clanging sounds. They fell off from Lu Ye's body and reformed themselves at the side. This was a powerful Saint King battle robe, made from divine materials. It belonged to the powerful enforcers of the starry sky ancient path. But now, it was seized by Yi Fan. A pale-faced young man clad in moon-white tight-fitting robes revealed his true appearance. He was handsome but seemed somewhat feminine. His eyes were like the stars of the moon, and there was a yin qi lingering around him. Let me go. You can roam the depths of the starry sky ancient path as you wish. He continued to raise the price. Yi Fan pulled out his spear, and then with a pung sound he grabbed him by the collar and pulled him closer. Without saying anything, he directly slapped him in the face. Pack! This was a slap that would cause one's face to hurt just by looking at it. His teeth mixed with blood and saliva flew everywhere. Half of his face was almost smashed into mush. Naturally, all of this was the result of Yi Fan's self-control. Otherwise, he would have directly smashed his head into pieces. You dare to hit me? Lu Yi was stunned by the slap. His status was extraordinary. Since young, who dared to touch him? But now he was being humiliated like this. Pack! Yi Fan backhanded his hand and smashed the other side of his face. All of his teeth fell out and flew out mixed with blood. Then Yi Fan kicked out. Lu Yi flew like a ball and crashed into the distance. The llama spread its hooves and galloped past. Mournful screams rang out as Lu Ye's bones were broken. The basin-sized hooves landed on his body and turned him into a pile of mud. No! He screamed miserably and looked at the guide for help, wanting him to stop it. The guide opened his mouth and wanted to say something. However, Yi Fan beat him to